Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. Happy Shelby County Day to all that are joining us here for a special day of racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello, track announcer John G. Dooley along with Racing Rachel. And I saw this morning, Rach, on X, you posted our track editions, Fast and Firm, baby.
Because that's exactly what Tony Martinez said to me this morning. Fast and firm, baby.
Oh, okay.
Very excited about it. Beautiful day, hot as all get out though. I am very jealous of you getting to read all. Yeah, but I wore less to stay cool. Like this is the summerest dress I have, so we're ready to go for me to sweat outside all day.
No, we sure are. We had a couple of top-notch performances yesterday for some class horses. We'll talk about those in just a moment. But for the official race day forecast, as we mentioned, conditions-wise, fast and firm. It's just your typical summer day here in the Hoosier State. Happy Shelby County Day. Great to have all the organizations and everyone joining us here today. Nice crowd in the clubhouse. Look forward to saluting all of you here today for our races. For the official race day forecast, this time here during the A block on Wire to Wire, your highly rated, truly motivated pre-race show. Let's check in with the Weather Authority, Fox 59's Krista McEnany. It's Krista standing by, and she's ready to give us our weather report for a 9-race card here today at the track. Krista, Shelby County Day, hello to you.
It's going to be another very sunny day out at the track today, and hot and humid as high temperatures will rise to about 93 as we get late into the afternoon. By the time you're heading on home, temperatures drop into the low 90s by 8 o'clock. We'll keep with plenty of sunshine around through the afternoon and mostly clear skies on into the evening. Enjoy the races.
Krista, we certainly will enjoy the races. Hope the races bring you some green, as in money, here today at the track. In fact, yesterday our racing analyst Brian Aragoni, he'll be along here on the pre-race show, nailed yet another pick 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we'll see if Brian can keep that winning streak going as we move closer to our little summer siesta after our Saturday all-quarter horse card. We'll have no live racing for a week's time and then be back in action and raring to go. But talking about ready to go yesterday, congratulations, riding double for apprentice Micah Meeks and Manny Esquivel also with a couple of winners here to start off a new week of racing yesterday, Rachel, at the track.
I know we're going to end up showing about half the card with these replays, but Micah and Manny don't get as many as, say, you know, our top jocks. So yeah, let's show my girl here and Manny, who I love so much. He's such a wonderful person. We'll start in the third race, number 3, Under the Palms from Kenny McPeak. And as Tammy did put on our notes, we saw this horse win yesterday. We saw Dragoon Guard run, who had ran the Indiana Derby, and a lot of other graded stakes. So it was a really nice day yesterday.
Soon to be mama, Under the Palms. This was her first run of the year, and she's in full. The 5-year-old enticed mare, carrying a future starter here, hopefully at Horseshoe Indianapolis for Kenny McPeak.
And still wins.
In full and Under the Palms. Back class got the job done there.
I know. I would like to say, as a mare that has been in full, I told Bill Jackson when he said, I didn't know that they could do that. I said, what? A woman can't do what she's supposed to do while she's actually pregnant? But just joking with him. But yes, actually, that is done quite a bit. I mean, when they're newly in full, it's not really that big of a deal. I mean, other than the time when I was in full and fell right on my face in the winner's circle. Yeah, that's when you shouldn't run. When you're not bred to run like I am, it's not okay, but definitely was, looked like a piece of cake for her, that's for sure. Do you see that helicopter?
Crop dusting.
Oh, is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Made me nervous.
Me too. We just watched this helicopter go like this, and I went, are we going to witness a crash right now?
I told John the cameraman the same thing a little earlier, and Don up here too. But let's go back to popcorn.
Everybody loves popcorn.
Added butter here for popcorn, a first-time starter for Robert LaPenta. And this was a nice win. Popcorn, it was one of the 2 for Manny Esquivel yesterday. First-time starter in the maroon with the gold epaulets. Charging on the outside. A good effort by Take Charge Beach under Amir Mendoza. Just couldn't quite hold off the charge of Popcorn. A first out victory. Popcorn.
Yeah, and you know what?
Orville Redenbacher.
Yeah, holy Orville Redenbacher. Jonathan Thomas, that was just a really nice ride. And congratulations to Manny on a double. We also had a double for my girl Micah. In race 4, she started with the number 3 Mega Witch, right?
Yeah, Mega Witch.
Mega Witch. Without the T, I was like, is it Wick? And there was another name I need to ask you about after the show. But anyways, what a nice ride from my girl Micah. And she grew up on horses, so very proud of her.
Mega Witch and Indy Lake, a couple of winners on yesterday's card for Micah Meeks. We mentioned, speaking of back class, the 2024 Indiana Derby winner. Talking about Dragoon Guard, a winner yesterday by some 8 lengths under leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz or Brad Cox, the Juddmonte homebred. Of course, last Saturday we had leading Change, that promising son of Gunrunner, go 2 for 2. He took out the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Back in 2025, it was Tip Top Thomas, one of 3 stakes winners on the big day for the Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez, and of course the 2024 winner, Dragoon Guard, back on the score sheet yesterday, talking about old class horses here at the track.
Yeah, we love to see that. Very happy to see. I was so afraid that, excuse me, that he wasn't gonna run up to his potential yesterday. Usually when they're like 1 to 2 and there's all this hype and everybody's like, oh, it's Indiana Derby winner. You know, there's like a little bit of a on it. You know.
Got to give a shout out too, because certainly Dragoon
Not the
Guard,
case though.
Dragoon Guard likes this track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
He does.
Nobody loves the Caesars course more than VMAX, by the way. Won his 6th career victory yesterday. All turf, all right here. Alex Achard. France was booted out of the World Cup, but Alex was happy getting that win. VMAX for Ethan West yesterday.
I literally said that in my handicapping. I said there's something about VMAX, and I almost put him on top, and I put him on second. And I don't know why I keep doing that. I always second guess myself.
Go 3 Lions today, by the way, in the semifinal. From Gate to Glory, our track program. A lot of names in it today, and of course, all with the groups represented here today, the organizations. Happy Shelby County Day, and we've got a lot of them. I mean, Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County, Shelby Parks and Recreation, Scuffy, the Shelby County United Fund for You, Cancer Association of Shelby County, Echo Effect, Arts Campus, Girls Incorporated, Blue River Community Foundation. Welcome to all of the organizations. Big part, of course, Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got racing here all the way through November. A long 123-day race meet from April through the second to last month of the year. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Big part of the community here. Welcome to all those representing Shelby County.
Yeah, and also welcome to the mayor, who's going to be here today for the mayor's race, and we'll get to talk to him, and hopefully some of our local community members will like to speak about their, you know, clubs, organizations, and if not, no big deal, but we're very happy that you're all here, and we're very happy to celebrate our community. We're very near and dear to our hearts to support you guys.
We're scratching you. Racing
Scratching
Rachel's
me?
Warriors.
Oh, yes.
Wednesdays are for winning, but a different contest today.
I think they'd choose money over blonde anyway. Most men choose money over girls anyway.
We'll
so
see how many
$2,500 is a lot.
We'll see how many entries we just get in that, because Racing Rachel are really popular. $2,500 Shelby County Legends contest today. Be sure to pick up your entry. It's free. Why not enter?
It's so free.
$2,500. Pick it up. Their first floor OTB featuring races 3 through 8. Entries are due by 3:10 here in town. First floor OTB counter. Top 6 will win prizes. Free to enter. First floor OTB. You can also pick up, don't forget, Railbird's gift shop open. You can pick up yourself a nice gift to remember your day with us here at the races.
Yeah, we got a fun and hot day going postward today, but kind of excited about tomorrow.
Yeah, wrap up a little 3-day stretch. We
Good
got the
betting
cross-country
tomorrow.
Pick 5, of course, racing well underway there in upstate New York. Talking about racing at Saratoga. We'll team with them for the 50-cent cross-country Pick 5, 15% deck out. We'll have a couple of races as part of that tomorrow. Talking about the 50-cent cross-country Pick 5. Certainly get your handicapping going with the Daily Racing Form, America's Turf Authority. And also tomorrow, by the way, just wrapping up a little 3-day stretch. Then, as I noted, we get that all quarter horse card coming up here on Saturday at 10:45 a.m. But today, special $2,500 Shelby County Legends contest. Free first floor OTB and Exactamundo finale tomorrow. They'll wrap it up, those handicappers, and Exactamundo Thursday.
Yeah, be sure to be here. You have got to play. Be here to play if you were in the final. And I love these because you're not going up against everyone else. You earned your spot in the final. So the top 10 will return. It'll be Mike Gibbs, Jay Mosier, Steve Wallace, Mary Tolles, Chuck Walker, Matt Bickley, Mike Saletta, Roger Rosen, and Steve Bartz. I'm so sorry. You don't have to actually physically be here, but those are the 10 that have to play. So if you don't send your entry in, then that's it. But we only have one on-track person from the top 10. Shout out to Steve Wallace. I'm rooting for you, Steve. You're all we've got.
Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com always proves popular, as we can tell by those finalists in Exactamundo. That contest wrapping up tomorrow. And speaking of wrapping up, we'll have, after our old quarter horse card here on Saturday, a lot of finals to be staged on Saturday. Looking forward to that. A big day of quarter horse racing kicking off at 10:45 a.m. Deserves a big celebrity like quarter horse racing analyst and enthusiast Martha Clausen will be here on Saturday to join us. We kick off at 10:45 a.m. and I know you're excited about that racing, Rachel.
I'm so excited when Martha's here because she's so much smarter than me at quarter horse. So I just get to sit there and like follow her lead, and I always learn stuff from her. She loves telling people how to bet and everything about quarter horses. There's nothing she doesn't know. She's going to be in here. Yes, unbridled enthusiasm. And I just love her. Love hanging out with her. She's so positive and wonderful. And she's going to be here Saturday. She's traveling tomorrow. So very excited to see my girl. So if you would like to join us, we've got some big stakes races coming up on Saturday. We're going to start at 10:45 a.m. and Martha and I are going to do the show so that John can do his radio show and then fight the traffic to get here. So we got his back.
Now don't forget
Jack.
That's a fact, Jack. Quarter Horse Day coming up on Saturday. After that, then no live racing on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. No live racing here a week from today, and here's the schedule. Again, just take a look at those days we won't be running it. So it's a little bit of a summer siesta.
Good job, guys.
Gives Rachel a chance to clean the house.
Oh my gosh,
we'll be back with racing on Monday,
yeah.
the 27th of July.
Here's the thing. I think a lot of people have realized who didn't know that it's just 24/7 all the time, you know, that you got to be on. So my farm has been horrendously neglected. The weeds are out of control. They're taking over. They're about to run me out of house and home. So I'm literally going to work on evening out this horrible tan that I got from the golf outing on Monday and get some personal stuff done. So what a wonderful time to take a nice little break. And when we get back, we've got Grace and Grass Challenge. We've got a lot of fun events, but Saturday will be the final day before that break, and then we'll be back after, refreshed and ready to end things.
Sounds good. I got the maid coming on
Wind
Friday. Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Murphy Trailer Sales, of course, the Winner's Circle sponsor. Cheers to Bruce Murphy, Lori Murphy, not only the owners of Murphy Trailer Sales, but prominent owners here in the Hoosier State. Welcome to Shelby County Day. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them. I see a lot of the people here with the organizations in Shelby County. I'm sure they've reached out to Bruce and Lori at Murphy Trailer Sales, 765-3601-8803. Also, cheers to our friends with B&H Electric. They've got locations at B&H Electric. I mean, they've had things lit up here in Shelbyville.
Yeah, they're my OG day one boys right there.
They're in Seymour and Bloomington as well. On the web, www.bh-electric.com. Midwest Rancher, Rachel signed them up for a sponsorship in 2026. Cha-ching. They're on the web at midwestrancher.com. You can ring them up at 812-680-4204. You've got them on speed dial.
Yes, and shout out to his wife, Deanna. She also has a wonderful boutique, Rustic Charm, or I can't remember.
That's cool.
Yeah, and they had it here on Derby Day, and everybody told me how much they loved it, and she also had a great time. So thanks to Deanna. Midwest Rancher and her husband are wonderful people, and we're very happy to have them part of the program. And they seriously, you guys, they're going to do my fences this next year. They are amazing. It's all livestock fencing. It's very safe. So if any of you out there have horses, maybe by chance, which some people do, call Midwest Rancher and they will hook you up.
Maybe you're interested in a new Ford F-150, the newest models. Check out Russ Hubler Automotive. They've got their dealership in Greensburg, so start your engines, head there. They're on the web. Click at russhublerford.com. You can ring them up at 812-663-7621. Cheers to our friends at Russ Hubler Automotive. They're in Greensburg. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. Final moments here on the pre-race show on Shelby County Day. You can follow me on X. I'll be rooting on the three Lions in the semifinal. It's a big match against Messi and Argentina. Who you got?
I root for Messi because literally soccer is the only sport that I don't follow a whole lot. I love watching it live. My best friend Jason played soccer, so I do know a bit about soccer because Jason shoves it into my head. But Messi all the way. I mean, he's amazing. I root for the girls soccer team, though. They've won 4 World Cups, and I don't think any of the U.S. teams have ever won any.
On that note, you can follow us on social. Spain's Bout de France, by the way. There we go. Racing Rachel with her opinions on the U.S. women's team at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen, she's excited. I mean, she's excited, Martha. She'll be flying here for Saturday's all-quarter horse card. Talking about the finale here today on X at Martha Clausen. Tough finale here today. That quarter horse made it. Brian Aragoni hit the pick 5 yesterday. Another hit for Brian. Early pick 5 paying out $371.70. He'll talk about that soon. Today's sequence on the B block on Shelby County Day. You can follow him on X at Mr. Bianos. And track-wise, we've got you covered on socials, not only on X, but Instagram. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. We had Krista McEnany from the Weather Authority, Fox 59, join us with the weather forecast here today. Typical summer day here in the Hoosier State, and it's Shelby County Day. So welcome to all the organizations and all of you joining us here today at the races with 9 on tap. Main track fast, the turf course is rated firm, as Rachel put on X. Fast and firm, baby. We'll step aside to make
Tony
way
Martinez.
for Baby B. It's Brian Aragoni with the B block. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to the B block of Wire to Wire, where we don't really give a crap about soccer at all because we've got 9 races to go over today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let those guys continue to just wallow on the ground and things like that. It's very special, get nicked and just get dinged up. But meanwhile, these jockeys and these riders are getting banged against, steel in the gate and riding on animals upwards of 38 to 40 miles per hour. So that excites me here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And then you couple it with an opportunity to put money in your pocket, and I think it's very an intriguing sport that we have here at Horseshoe Indianapolis that I certainly do not overlook and appreciate how great we have it here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We are on Wednesday, July 15th here at Horseshoe, and we are on a fast and firm turf course. In fact, half of our thoroughbred races are going to be on the turf today, and that is ultra exciting. If you're looking for the Horseshoe Hat Trick, kicks off in the 5th race, as does the Itoba Pick 4. Those Pick 5s will begin in races 1 and 4. Let's take a look at how I navigated through these first 5 races today. Scratch number 7, Inclusive Justice, out of this first event. I thought this race was kind of tricky a little bit. Jane Plain really jumped up and ran a big 1-2 back. Last time out, ran into a tough group in the Red Hot Michelin for Miguel Angel Silva. Jane Plain could be the speed of the speed, and then what do you do with She's My Huckleberry? 4-1 morning line. I expect this horse to go off favored in here off of a nice second-place finish behind Parking Lot Pours, who we'll actually see come back later on today. Steve Fosdick's been heating up. I mean, the man's winning at 16%. He had a first-time starter win yesterday in our opener at 5-1. He could have a first-time starter win again later on in the card. He has certainly been heating up, and he's been red hot as of late at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Him and Blaine Davidson have to be excited now approaching the top of the hour here at Horseshoe Indy, because they're going to roll out some very nice animals that hopefully they get rewarded with success. Third start off the layoff for She's My Huckleberry. Ran good last time out. I think this course could be the one who tracks Jane Plain and gets first run if Jane Plain does tire. Jane Plain's a scary horse. Now, I was kind of a doubter, and out of nowhere, Jane Plain jumped up and ran a monstrous race at 10-1 on May 28th. And then last time out, I thought got away just a little bit unusual fashion. Wasn't the cleanest of starts or breaks. Did still rush up, did go very quick, and just needs to be clear. When Jane Plain is headed, it is game over. If Jane Plain is clear, can certainly take them a long ways. And then what do you do with a horse like I'm a Little Thirsty? Winner of 2 in a row, all at the low-level claiming ranks, but now is going through the conditions for that 4-year-old filly who started out 0 for 5. Now maybe the light bulb's gone on. She certainly always traveled like a winner in her last 2 starts, but she's unlikely to get the lead today over Jane Plain. Maybe my biggest takes are just not using the inside 2 runners. Prayer's Beauty for Tim Eggleston, Manny Esquivel, a horse who is going to need the lead, and I don't believe is ultimately going to get it. And then you also have She's So Elite, a horse who threw in a real clunker last time out and just didn't put in a very good effort, and that was on the class drop. That's a concern when they drop in class and they run poorly. It usually doesn't get better from there. So I'll take a stand against the 1 and the 2, using the 3, 4, and 8 in the opener. As we move along to race 2, which also kicks off today's first pick 4 opportunity, scratch number 1, Camden Hills, along with number 7, Arkansas Dave, out of this event, 5.5 furlongs. Going to be the distance. I'm going to use 4, 5, 6, and 8. I really tried to narrow it down in here. Ultimately, I just couldn't. I think it's a difficult race. That Conference Calling, who has been off form, has some races last season that would absolutely win this race. Maybe that effort last time out was quite a bit better than it might look. I think there's been some live animals to come out of there. Ship Serve came out of there okay and did well. And then Pop Paul Tazzy is a horse who I think very highly of, despite being at the 25 non-winners, the 2 last time out. They go from 25,000 down to 10,000 in here, and Conference Calling didn't get the lead, but stayed on better than it looks last time out. Really only tired that final 50 yards. What do you do with Morning Prayer? Horse who won at the low-level claiming ranks, but couldn't have done it any more impressive. 4-1 looked like a complete gift last time out for Terry Stevens and Aaron West. The horse is reasonably spotted. They didn't pay that much in the sales ring. They've got some money out of this animal now with a win on debut. Going non-winners at 2, I could easily see Morning Power potentially going off favorite in here and potentially winning 2 in a row as well. They broke well. They were ridden away. They always had more, and they turned it into a very, very easy win. Now, it wasn't the maiden claiming ranks, so not sure what to make of that, but seems like a reasonable spot for Morning Power on the jump up and claim. I really think the race goes through Jam and Justice. Now, Shannon McGovern, her and her team, and she teams up with Rodney Prescott quite often as well, have had a ton of success. They're winning at 38% around the country, 30% here. They do have limited starters. I think it's somewhat unique in the fact that she rolls out, for somebody who doesn't have a ton in the barn, she rolls out both Darkest Achievement and Jam and Justice in the same exact race. And ultimately, while I have Jam and Justice in there, I think the race goes through Jam and Justice. If this horse breaks sharply and goes to the lead, I'm not confident Jam and Justice will win, but will dictate how this race plays out for both Conference Calling and the 8 on the outside. Now, Jam and Justice threw in a real clunker last time out. Showed speed, really had no excuse. They went 22 and 24 that second quarter of a mile for a 46 and change. This horse was in the clear and had absolutely no reason to give way. Now they drop in class. Second start off the layoff. Rodney hops off. He'll be on Darkest Achievement. Jam and Justice could be a horse that you pitch if you're looking to narrow down this ticket ultimately. But I do think that horse in the post position number 6 in Jam and Justice will kind of dictate the race flow in here. for this entire group, a field of 6 after those 2 scratches. Move on to the turf course for the first time. If you're a fan of the Horseshoe Hat Trick like I am, we are not going to have the Horseshoe Hat Trick until race 5. So it doesn't kick off in the 3rd, kicks off in the 5th. We're on the turf where horses love to run versus those soccer players just wallowing in pain, 1 1/16 on the turf. Scratch 3 and 9 out of this event. 3 and 9 are out. This is a race in which I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to go deeper. You ultimately have a decision to make. This is the way I viewed it between Miss Complicated and Sequante Sink. I'm going to leave that name to John G. Dooley from here on out for that Ireland bred, and Riley Mott and Jaime Torres. Ian Wilkes sends over Miss Complicated. This is a Morning Glory horse who's been training unbelievably well. In fact, they were training so well that last season as a maiden, they were entered in the Grade 3 Pocahontas, and they went off favored. As a maiden in the Grade 3 Pocahontas went off favored. I don't know the last time that's happened. They were bet all 3 races on debut. So that tells me that the barn, everybody back there knew this horse was training well. They went in a graded stakes race as a maiden with Julian Leperoux as well, and still went off favored. Since then, they just haven't been able to win, and now they're getting class relief, and it feels a little bit like this is desperation. One more attempt at the turf before potentially a drop down to maiden claiming. Despite how talented she's shown in the morning, it hasn't really been on display in the afternoon. Is she better than this field? She might be, but I don't really see anything in the way of like they've been anxious to get her on the turf. That's clearly not the case. They didn't run her on the turf at 2. They've had plenty of chances. They've tried going long. They've tried the slop. Class relief and turf could wake her up today, but Miss Complicated has been a disappointment in the afternoons thus far. And then you also have the first-time starter, the 7. I realize that I am talking about 2 horses that maybe you're considering and I didn't even use, but this is a horse who had been training up at Saratoga and now ships into Horseshoe Indianapolis. Not sure what to make of that for this 3-year-old filly, Peter Brandt as well, and Jaime Torres. If this were his lone start, I'd be concerned, but I think he's here for the runner later on this afternoon. But the breeding's there. The mare was a 12-time winner of over $1 million. This is the first foal, though. I don't love first foals, and I don't like training at Saratoga. Shipping to debut at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Make what you want of that. Good Conduct is a horse for Cherie DeVoe that would be easy to overlook after being 0 for 7 and in off of a long layoff. But they've been patiently awaiting the turf course. In fact, they've scratched off 3 straight races, almost a month apart each and every day because of off turf. They finally get their opportunity to get on the turf today, and I am hopeful that they are rewarded, along with how about Abby Alberto Burgos and Brendan Walsh. They've had a good thing going for a jockey-trainer combination. They've teamed up 10 times. 4 of them have been victorious. It was a good ROI, and I do think that race on April 18th was better than it looks. Made a big move right up in the heels. They ran right up the butt of another horse on the heels and then ultimately flatted. It was not going to be on Rias's ultimate highlight reel in there, but we better get going because we are already at the 15-minute mark, and this has been a long-winded rendition of that early pick 3. Scratch number 9, Red Beretta, out of the 4th race. What do you do here? I'm going to take the Win Machine for Aaron Weston, Watcher, and Terry Stevens, Fernando de la Cruz. I don't think Watcher needs the lead. Has gotten away with some easy leads in the past, so I wouldn't blame you if you don't like this horse very much today because there is some other speed. The one thing I'm confident of is there's a decent amount of speed in here. Watcher's in good form and likes to win some races for this 5-year-old mare. She's very win-happy. I don't know how she's going to handle not being on the lead, and I hope that Fernando de la Cruz opts to take off. Maybe he can just sit in that second flight. Maybe he holds the rail position in here, but there's some speed. There's a ton of speed. If you think Watcher needs the lead, ultimately I would not single this horse. This race filled with a lot of speed in here. I don't think Watcher needs the lead, and therefore I am opting to single the Win Happy Mare in the 4th. As we move along to the turf course, kicks off the Itoba pick 4, as well as the Horseshoe Hat Trick, now just 14 minutes away from the early post. John G. Dooley is growing anxious by the 2nd. Scratch number 2, Earl's Lady, 1 mile on the turf. Anyone's race to win or lose in here. I really think you can't go wrong with many of them. Which figurine are you going to get? If this horse runs back to the May 18th effort, they're all running for 2nd. Mark my words, got nailed on the final jump by Wella. And then last time out, I couldn't find an excuse. Despite looking, there was no excuses to be found. 1, 4, 6, 9, and 10. Don't overlook the 1 and the 4th. It may be easy to throw out at first glance. However, those are horses that have limited experience on the turf and seemingly are getting better with each and every start for trainers that are sneaky good as well. So we'll throw it up to John G. Dooley here on a Wednesday. He's ready to rock and roll here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's got all these names figured out. He's the best in the business, and he's all set for today's scratches and changes. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth, track announcer John G. Dooley on this Shelby County day. Welcome to all. Sunny skies, temperatures around 90, main track fast, turf course fair. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. In the 210 opener, scratch number 7, Inclusive Justice. Top of a 9-race card today. Race 1, number 7, Inclusive Justice, has been scratched. Number 4, Jane Plain, corrected weight. Waive the apprentice allowance and make the weight there now 122. Joseph Romero, 40 career wins, no longer claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Corrected weight, waive the bug, 122 and scratch the 7. The second of our 9, sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Here, scratch 1, Camden Hills, and take out the 7, Arkansas Dave. Scratch the 1 and the number 7. On to the third we go. First of those on the turf course, a quartet out there on the Caesars course rated firm. And in the maiden turf, scratch number 3, Completely Elegant, and 9, Dreaming of Joy, was entered as a main track only. It's the first of 4 today on the turf. Maiden turf, scratch the 3 and the number 9 from the race card. The 4th race starts the 50-cent late fire 5. And in the 4th race, number 9, Red Beretta, has been scratched. Scratch the number 9, Red Beretta. 5th race is a maiden turf mile for the start of the $1 late pick 4, daily presented by Itoba. Here, scratch number 2, Earl's Lady. Number 2, Earl's Lady, has been scratched. Number 3, Mariposa Moon, add 1 pound to the listed program weight there. In race 6, in the maiden juvenile fillies dash, scratch number 2, Passion for Winning. Number 2, Passion for Winning, has been scratched. 1, JoJo Justice once again. Joseph Romero, now on 40 career wins, no longer claims the apprentice allowance. Wave the bug, 119. Corrected weight for 1, JoJo Justice. Number 6, Jane's Alley Cat, add 2 pounds to the listed program weight there, makes it 114. In the 7th race, the Mayor's Classic on Shelby County Day. Scratch number 8, Unbridled Valor. Number 8, Unbridled Valor, has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 10, What You Wished, add 2 pounds to the program weight. In race 8, in the maiden turf, there are no scratches, no jockey changes, and no overweights. Number 2, Hoss and Boss, should be listed in your program as being a first-time gelding. That designation is FTG. First-time gelding to Hoss and Boss. Number 5, Shuggy. The ownership is AHA Stables, LLC, of Ann Holbrook Moss. Ann Holbrook Moss, the principal for the AHA Stables, LLC, of the 5 Shuggy, ownership correction there. Old 9 run in the maiden turf. Following that, race 9 of our 10. In the 9th race, 6:15 finale. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Here, scratch the 10, Cat's Bad Habit. 12, Keep On Rollin'. 13, Mo Zumo S, and 14, Flashin' Firefly. 11, Beach Train draws in and will break from post position number 10. Scratch the 10, 12, 13, and 14. Number 11, Beach Train will run and will break from post 10. That's Beach Train. And these overweights, mark these overweights in. The 1 plus 4, the 2 plus a pound. Makes the weight there now 125. The 4 is 7 over. The 5, GV Kingstone, plus 6 pounds. Make the 6 plus 7, the 7 plus 2, The 8 is 2 pounds over. And drawing in, while breaking from post 10, number 11, Beach Train, and 1 pound to the program weight, makes it there 125 for Beach Train. There are the changes and corrections on today's Shelby County day card. Sunny skies around 90. Main track fast, and 4 of them. Carter for the turf course, and the course is firm. Horses in the walking ring for the sprint opener. It's the Boys and Girls Club, 8 minutes away. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for Riders Up. Horseshoe Indianapolis bugler Gary Lauzier, front and center. Bringing the horses onto the track for the first, it's the Boys and Girls Club. The first of 9 here on Shelby County Day. A field of 7. Number 7, Inclusive Justice, has been scratched from the sprint. Take out the 7, Inclusive Justice. Once again for Jane Plain, waive the apprentice allowance. Joseph Romero, with 40 career wins, no longer claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. No bug 122 for 4 Jane Plain. Scratch the 7. Race 1 features Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Here are the start of our rolling doubles. Pick 3s and the 50-cent early pick 5 start. Sunny, fast and firm. Now 2 minutes to post time. Get your wagers in. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent early pick 5 at hand. Fast and firm. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Voting for the Boys and Girls Club. Manny Escobar with Prayers Beauty. Joseph Romero with Jane Plain is joined. Prayers Beauty, now She's So Elite. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 37 wins here this season. It's day 53 of 123. Mitchell Merle with I'm a Little Thirsty. Taking her position within the starting gate. Amir Mendoza with Peter's Dream. Just a couple of them back. Alex Ashar with Dreaming Girl drew 5. Under Sunny Skies, 1 more. Irving Moncada with She's My Huckleberry. Fast and firm on Shelby County Day. Great to have you with us. They're in the gate. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A fast start for both Jane Plain, and right there toward the inside is Prayers Beauty, who just leads them for Manny Escobar. Prayers Beauty is the fleetest of the field in front of Jane Plain, who chases going past the half-mile pole, and She's My Huckleberry with an early bid up into third. I'm a Little Thirsty, and the black cap is running in fourth at the 3.5. Dreaming Girl is wide with She's So Elite looking to make a bid in between them, and Peter's Dream trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter in 22.49 seconds. Prayers Beauty spearheads them towards the quarter pole. From Jane Plain is running second by 3. Then She's So Elite. She's My Huckleberry straightens away in fourth. With nearest the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty. Dreaming Girl between horses. Peter's Dream last. Top of the stretch, it's Prayers Beauty. Coming down to the final furlong, 45.59 for the middle part. And Prayers Beauty is holding on to this advantage for Manny Escobar. She's So Elite with Jane Plain. And to the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty. They're close to home. It's Prayers Beauty and She's So Elite up the inside. Prayers Beauty and She's So Elite. Photo finish. It's a close one. I'm a Little Thirsty was third, and Jane Plain finished fourth. .105.46 after the distaff dash. 105.46 fast track photo finish. Up to the judges. Hold all tickets. Here's the verdict. 1, 2, 3, 4 in order. 1, Prayers Beauty. 9-5 first. Holds the 2, She's So Elite, the runner-up. 3, I'm a Little Thirsty. At 9-2 was third, 9-5 winner. And at 7-2, the 4, Jane Plain gets into the frame for fourth. Distaff sprint, it's gone to Prayers Beauty. Manny Escobar starts the Shelby County Day card for Tim Eggleston, Willowbrook Stables. Prayers Beauty at 9-5, the first favorite home. The objection sign has been posted on the infield tote. Claim a foul by the 2 Shiso Elite, Fernando de la Cruz. Manny Esquivel was on 1, Prayers Beauty. Objection. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1, Prayers Beauty with Manny Esquivel. Prayers Beauty is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Prayer for Relief. Out of the Pass Rush mare, Huntington's Beauty, Tim Eggleston trains for David Neiman's Willowbrook Stables Limited. Here's Prayers Beauty, was the 9-5 favorite in the Distaff Dash. It's unofficial. The first of 9 races here on Shelby County Day. The Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County plays a vital role in shaping youth for the future. The organization offers 4 locations in Shelby County, including Shelbyville, Morristown, Waldron, and Southwestern. Numerous programs are provided weekly, such as sports and recreation, arts, health and wellness, and workforce readiness. With us today from Boys and Girls Club, including Noah Muldoon, Resource Development Director, plus other staff and board members. The Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County on Shelby County Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
We've got Noah here to talk to you guys a little bit about the Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County. And I think Jessica Barnes, our commission, her daughter has gone there quite a bit. Do you guys have gymnastics or cheer or something there as well? So lots of good programs. Tell everybody about them.
Yeah, so here in Shelby County, Indiana, we have a club at Southwestern, Morristown, and Waldron, and here in Shelbyville. We do a lot of programs. We have basketball and football, and we have about 1,400 members right here in Shelby County.
So definitely reach out to them. Thank you so much for being here. We're happy to partner with you guys. We've got a lot more great community Shelby County Day interviews and check presentations coming up, so stick around.
Senior Vice President and General Manager of Horseshoe Indianapolis, Trent McIntosh, part of the check presentation in the winner's circle here for the Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County. We're still awaiting word with regard to the jockey's objection under review in the Distaff Sprint Opener. Race 1 remains under a steward's review. Hold all tickets. The point of the rider's objection was just after the start, and after the review, no changes will be made to the running order. The jockey's claim of foul has been disallowed. That alleged interference was soon after the 6 furlong start, and the case was not made. Objection disallowed. The result of the first race is now official. First results in. 1, 2 exacta, $33.80. 50-cent trifecta, 1, 2, 3, $29.75. Jane Plain was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 1, 2, 3, 4. Paid $15.10. Again, there was a jockey's objection lodged soon after the start of the distaff sprint. That jockey's objection was not allowed by the stewards. Not enough evidence to warrant any disqualification of one Prayers Beauty. In the sprint opener, the 7 was a non-runner. Favorite was first. 7 ran. Fast track 105.46. The second of 9 here on Shelby County Day is 18 minutes away. Next sprint, the Shelby Parks and Recreation. Scratch 1 Camden Hills and take out the 7 Arkansas Dave. Scratch the 1 and number 7 from the race card. Race 2 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, sprint to start the $1 early pick 4, Sunny, Fast, and Firm. Post time will be at 2:42. In all cases, if you can, please do try to make your Shelby County Day selections and wagers here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the distaff sprint. Hope you had a bet on Prayers Beauty. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A fast start for both Jane Plain, and right there toward the inside is Prayers Beauty, who just leads them from Manny Esquivel. Prayers Beauty is the fleetest of the field in front of Jane Plain, who chases going past the half-mile pole, and she's my Huckleberry with an early bid up into third. I'm a Little Thirsty in the black cap is running in fourth at the 3 1/2. Dreaming Girl is wide with She's So Elite looking to make a bid in between them, and Peter's Dream trails here in the Wednesday opener. The quarter in 22.49 seconds. Prayers Beauty spearheads them towards the quarter pole. From Jane Plain is running second by 3. Then She's So Elite. She's My Huckleberry straightens away in fourth. With nearest the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty. Dreaming Girl between horses. Peter's Dream last. Top of the stretch, it's Prayers Beauty. Coming down to the final furlong, 45.59 for the middle part. And Prayers Beauty is holding on to this advantage for Manny Esquivel. She's So Elite with Jane Plain. And to the inside, I'm a Little Thirsty. They're close to home. It's Prayers Beauty and She's So Elite up the inside. Prayers Beauty and She's So Elite. Photo finish. It's a close one.
Manny Esquivel takes the opener with Tim Eggleston, gets one home for Jose Santos Inc. Santos Inc. Gets win in race number 1. Let's move along to race 2 in here. 9 minutes to post. Scratch numbers 1 and 7. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. I'm going to go to your current favorite right now, Conference Calling. I thought this was a challenging race, a race that they've all made their way down to the 10,000 non-winners of 3 level in this spot. Many of them have been higher up throughout their career, but they're all in the same race today. And it's kind of a race in which, it's not the biggest field by any means. We've got 6 horses going to the post, but ultimately I think this is really going to play out how this pace unfolds. And as you saw in the opener, sometimes pace makes the race. Tim Eggleston looking for 2 in a row. They just got the job done by a great ride by Manny Esquivel with Prayer's Beauty. It looked like Jane Plain was going to be the leader all day long, and Prayer's Beauty was hustled away from the gate, got in a good position, and found the winner's circle. That could be the case in here with Conference Calling, who last time out at a higher level, despite going from allowance to 25,000, was against Open Company and ultimately didn't get the lead. It was July 4th. It was pretty hot, pretty steamy, and they were forced to track for somewhat of the first time in their career. I thought stayed on willingly. That 5th place finish is a little bit misleading. They all kind of closed into it at the same time, and they went from 2nd to 5th. Unfortunately for the owners that day, in the final 50 yards, it looked like they were going to get 2nd, if not potentially win the race. And the next thing you know, you're not collecting a check at all, finishing 5th. So it was a better than it looks effort. It was at the $25,000 level. Now we're at the $10,000 level. So seemingly waving the white flag on Conference Calling in here. Debuted at allowance this season in the 4-year-old's seasonal debut. 1 race at the allowance level, then claiming $25,000, now $10,000 in here for Conference Calling. But both Manny Esquivel and Tim Eggleston looking for a riding and training double in here with Conference Calling, looking to give the connections back-to-back. Currently favored, but in lukewarm fashion at 5-2. Morning Power's an intriguing sort in here. This 3-year-old does have to take on older. Went through the sales ring back in 2024 for $15,000. Debuted for $12,500 and couldn't have looked any better. I know it was a low-level maiden claimer, but on May 25th, Morning Power really ran well for Aaron West and Terry Stevens. Fernando de la Cruz was aboard, as he will be today. They break from the outside. Last time they broke from the middle of the pack, and it was really a 1-horse race throughout. Usually in those maiden claiming events, especially with a first-time starter, somebody knows something, and usually they get hammered. It wasn't the case in here. They went off at 4-1, a very even betting board that day. They broke well. They were ridden away, and they ultimately always had more. The more Fernando asked, the more he gave. We'll see if he's in a good spot again. I think this animal could be legit. Again, at the $10,000 non-winners of 2, they're going through the conditions nicely, and that's kind of how the racing game works. You try and pick up paychecks, you try and pay your way, and I think Morning Power, despite a big jump up in class from maiden 12, in against winners for the first time, and you've got a lot of horses dropping from significantly higher. I do think Morning Power stands a long, long look in here, despite giving up experience to many as well as class. The 6 is Jam and Justice. Shannon McGovern does an awesome job training her animals and putting them in spots that they can win. In fact, this will be only start number 11 for the McGovern gang, but they've already got 3 wins on the season, and they do very well. They don't have the most horses in the barn, but they put them in spots that they can be competitive, and that's the case with Jam and Justice, who's getting a ton of class relief. 2nd start off the layoff. Prescott is hopping off as he will ride Darkest Achievement, the other McGovern trainee. I'm going to try Santos Sandra in here. Now, if you're looking at the jockey-trainer combinations, you would say that, well, Rodney likely had his choice between Jam and Justice and Darkest Achievement. For me, it was mostly, if this horse is going to wake up on class relief and 2nd start off the layoff, they're going to go to the lead. And if there's any issues with Conference Calling, Jam and Justice might get brave on the front end. The 5-year-old has 10 second and third place finishes, doesn't get brave all that often, but with class relief on a front runner, sometimes where they tire at a higher level, they can carry that speed much further. There's certainly upside in here. 6 will go to the gate, but a wide open betting race as we kick off today's early pick 4.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. It's the Shelby Parks and Recreation. Race 2 of 9 here on Shelby County Day. Sprint here at 5.5 furlongs. A field at 6. Scratch 1, Camden Hills, and 7, Arkansas Dave. Scratch the 1 and the 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Starts at the $1 early pick 4. Sunny, fast and firm. With 3 minutes to post time. Late scratch, number 3, Zapping Strike. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 3, Zapping Strike, has now been ordered scratch from the sprint. All wagers here on 3, Zapping Strike, a late scratch refunds. There will be a consolation 1-3 double. 1 and 3 will be a consolation double. Those using the blue 3, Zapping Strike, in a multi-race wager, early pick 5, you now will receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in the multi-race wagers. Scratch, Zapping Strike. Here was the blue 3 from the sprint. Less than 1 minute to post time. Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Fast and firm, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Shelby Parks and Recreation. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Purdy Darn Good. Ronnie Prescott with Darkest Achievement to join Purdy Darn Good. We had that late scratch on 3, Zapping Strike. The 3 is a non-runner. Now conference calling would be the opening double for Manny Esquivel and Tim Eggleston. 3-2 on conference calling. Santos Sanjor with Jammin' Justice here at 5.5 furlongs, so stand by one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Morning Power. He won here on May debut for trainer Aaron West and Terry Stevens. Seconds of the day for Horseshoe Indianapolis, and they're off. Conference calling away swiftly for Manny Esquivel to gain the early lead from on the outside. Jammin' Justice going for an early push. It's conference calling and Jammin' Justice taking it strong now to conference calling, who leads them past the half mile. They've made an early break, 5 lengths to Darkest Achievement and the Black Silks, who's running a third with just over 3 furlongs to go. On the outside, Morning Power and Purdy Darn Good is last of the quintet as they roll around the far turn. It's conference calling. Conference calling, blazing the trail, the quarter 21.65. Jammin' Justice, second and close for Santos Sanjor. Conference calling and Jammin' Justice past the quarter pole. With to the inside, Purdy Darn Good, and then Darkest Achievement, and on the outside, Morning Power. They come for home. It's conference calling. 1 furlong to go. Conference calling leads here by 3. Purdy Darn Good now takes up the pursuit as Jammin' Justice drops back. Darkest Achievement into third. They're close for home, and it's conference calling. And Manny is sizzling in summer. Conference calling 1 by 3 from Purdy Darn Good. Darkest Achievement finished back in third. .103.54 after the sprint. 103.54. 5-2-4-8-5. Conference calling 6-5 first. Number 2, Purdy Darn Good. 3-1 on the runner-up. 4, Darkest Achievement. At 8-1 was third, and 8, Morning Power fourth. Quick fire double for Manny Esquivel on the card, and trainer Tim Eggleston. They sweep the early double together. Manny Esquivel, 6 for his last 9. Last Saturday won the Iowa Derby with J.J. Gray. Takes the early double today with conference calling at 103.54. Winning jockey Manny Esquivel coming off a riding double here on yesterday's card to start the race week. Manny now 6 for his last 9, including wins here. 1 for 1 at Colonial Downs. 1 last Saturday's Iowa Derby with J.J. Gray. Manny Esquivel sweeping the double here on 5 Conference Calling. It's official. Conference Calling is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Air Force Blue. Out of the Yankee Gentleman Mare Intensified. Manny Esquivel sweeping the double for Tim Eggleston here for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Conference Calling. Sprints to a win at 103.54 official. 5 to exacta paid $10.80. 50-cent trifecta 524 $9.20. The opening double, the Manny Esquivel Tim Eggleston sweep. 1-5 pairs beauty to Conference Calling for the double. Paid $21.60. Consolation double $6.80. And the 10-cent superfecta $4.42. There was that late scratch on 3 zapping strike for the consolation 1-3 double. Second race with 6 parks in the city of Shelbyville. Shelby Parks and Recreation offers a full array of activities for guests of all ages, whether it's walking trails, aquatic activities, playgrounds, or athletic leagues. The organization enhances pastimes of all kinds year-round. The organization also provides unique events including music in the park, a preschool, and a summer camp program, and bike share and facility rentals. Check out their new app at Shelby Parks and Rec. With us today is Parks Director Tricia Tackett, along with other members of the staff. We welcome the Shelby Parks and Recreation to Horseshoe Indianapolis today. Once again, part of the check presentation, Horseshoe Indianapolis Senior Vice President and General Manager Trent McIntosh. There were 2 claims from the second race sprint to Purdy Darn Good, the runner-up. Purdy Darn Good for $10,000, claimed by new owner Essex Long. Trainer Tim Eggleston saddled the winner, claimed the runner-up. And the 8 Morning Power was a $10,000 claim. New owner York Deba Cruz. Trainer Gennady Dorochenko claimed Morning Power, ran 4th, 103.54. Third race next, 19 minutes away from the Girls Inc. Scratch the 3, Completely Elegant of the 9, Dreaming of Joy. Scratch 3 and 9, it's the Girls Inc. Made in Turf Course Firm. Post time 3:12.
We have the director of Parks and Recs here, Tricia, and our kids who did such a good job at waving. And so tell us a little bit about the organization that you guys have.
Parks and Rec, we do a lot of things in our community. We offer summer day camps, which is some of our kiddos here today. They got to join us. We have several different events like Music in the Park. And
I love Music in the Park.
Yes, it's been so great. We're excited about our series coming up this year. And we run our City Aquatic Center, which has been very, very busy because of the heat. So, and we do a lot of different things. We have different sports, and yeah, we run a preschool.
Tell them where they can find the information.
You can visit us at shelbyparks.com, on the city's website, the City of Shelbyville's website, and also we have our own Parks app that you can download on your phone.
Well, that's nifty. You like camp?
Yeah, I really enjoy it.
Well, good. I'm glad you guys are here today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot more coming up, so stick around.
Witness explosive speed from the world's fastest athletes during Quarter Horse Stakes Day, Saturday, July 18th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Racing begins at 10:45 a.m., featuring live music, cold drinks, winner's circle promotions, and kids' activities. Bring your family and friends to Horseshoe Indianapolis for Quarter Horse Stakes Day, July 18th, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations at 317-421-0000.
Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, be sure to check out our brand new gift shop. Open now, right there on the first floor, beside the program stand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pick up a souvenir of your day at the races. Great to have you with us. Stop in, check it out. The gift shop, open now, first floor at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
We're 10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I gotta tell you guys, it is so hot outside. We're not under a heat advisory, but I think it's the humidity. I would love to know what the humidity is right now. You guys, I'm sure Bill Jackson, my weatherman, aka AV connoisseur, will be able to tell us. He's a part-time weatherman, I swear. In here we have a couple scratches, I'm sorry. Completely Elegant, the 3, and the 9, obviously. The MTO isn't going to run today. And Miss Complicated right now is 9-5. Co-favorite with the 2, How About Abby? I'm going to go in here with Miss Complicated, who I think has a really nice shot today in this race. She is going to have Alex Ashard in the irons, and she's riding for Ian Wilkes. So if you look at some of these races, she's off Lasix, first of all. That's something to keep in mind. She hasn't run since May 22nd, so some time off. Now, she was on the slop, so I can make an excuse for that. Bodacious Bay was in there. who's gone on to run in some nice races. And then April 18th at Keeneland. And the Gulfstream Park March 15th are the ones that I like, the second and third place finish. This is a maiden special weight, and they're going a mile and a 16th. And as you can see, Miss Complicated has never ran on the turf before, so it's a bit of a question mark. But really, she hasn't been super close since back on June 25th. At Churchill, I believe, yes, that was her debut. She was third by half a length. That was 5 furlongs on the dirt. It was 120 grand maiden at Churchill, as you can see, and that was last year. I bet they've just finally decided, you know what, let's take her where these are nice maidens, but they're not for 120,000. Little bit easier, obviously. And I just cannot say enough about my guy Alex Achard right now. I mean, he is just riding so well. This year has been tremendous for him as a whole. But here in Indiana, just in this first half of the meet, he's 21%, 57% of the money. I see that this horse probably is going to want to be kind of close to be involved with everyone else. But let's go ahead and talk about Good Conduct. I almost put Good Conduct, the 8, on top here. This is another one that yesterday I said that I had a little bit of a feeling about a horse and ended up winning. Good Conduct is one of the ones that I have a little bit of a feeling about. I just think it's going to be her day today. But on paper, it's not as many nice finishes and not as good of speed figures, obviously. She has been comparable in the past, a couple that were really nice, including at Churchill in 2024. And then she only raced once in 2025. It was a third at Fairgrounds. And then she didn't race again until my birthday this year, from 2025 in January to January 15th at Fairgrounds. And she hasn't done much there. So I get that they're dropping it down. And obviously, Cherie DeVoe is having a banner year. I mean, we don't have to say that. The jockeys are heading out. So let's go ahead and talk about the 4. Wujud. Should have asked John about that one, but I'm going to say Woo Jude is what I'm going to say. Danny Sheehy award for Andrew McKeever. Thought this could be a little bit of a long trot, and I like that people are ignoring her. She's 12-1 right now on the tote board. She looks great. Woo! She feels good too, Danny. Get ready. This is a Shadewell farm bred and owned 3-year-old filly by Curlin. I have his halter. He was a big fan of me and my mom when we went and saw him. And then the dam is by Tappet. So amazing breeding. I'm not shocked that they've had her, in these really tough allowances at Keeneland and Churchill. They tried here last time. She got off to an awkward start and she got stuck. She had nowhere to go. I completely give her an excuse for that race. And I think that she's going to improve a lot off of it if she can get out of the gate a little bit better. She keeps drawing the 4-hole though. Bless her heart. So let's hope that Una Madiba and how about Abby stay out of her way so she can get out of the gate. But with the scratch of the 3, she doesn't have as many on the inside of her, which is good. So I'm going to go 6-8-4 here in the 3rd race today. A maiden going a mile and a 16 on the turf. As you see here that Evan Romont's getting the leg up and the horses are headed to the track for the 3rd. Good luck.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for race 3 here on Shelby County Day. Welcome to all. First of 4 today, called for the turf course, Rated Firm. Here a field of 7 in the maiden turf over the mile inning 16th. 7 to face the starter. Scratch 3 Completely Elegant and the MTO 9 Dreaming of Joy. Turf Firm scratch the 3 and 9. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. It's the Girls Inc. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. For the first of 4 times here today, crossing over to the turf course. Maidens making their way up toward the mile and a 16th start, course for. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Evan Roman with Shadoni, first to take her position within the starting gate. Jane Elliott partners Una Madiba. Alberto Burgos. And the 5-year-old mare, How About Abby? How About Abby wended well. Alex Ashar with Miss Complicated. Now Danny Sheehy with Wajood. Here over the mile and a 16th. Jaime Torres in the first-time starter. Song Kong Sank. Song Kong Sank went in okay, and one more. Good Conduct, Axel Concepcion for Cherie DeVoe. The first of 4 here on the turf course firm. They're in the gate. And they're off. Shadoni near the running rail. Right there is How About Abby. Here comes Wajood. Royal Blue with the white epaulets, and Miss Complicated joins Wajood. And right there on the outside is Good Conduct in a maroon cap. They make their way toward the first turn with Alex Ashar. Miss Complicated leads out from Good Conduct, and toward the inside, Wajood is third and well up as they make their way into the first turn with 6 furlongs to run. Then comes the newcomer, Song Kong Sank, who's running in fourth, joined on the outside by Una Madiba. How About Abby holds her position with the rail, and Shadoni has dropped back to last as these maiden fillies of mare go to the back of the course. It's firm. 23.30 for the lead part. Miss Complicated. The overall leader here for Alex Ashar, doing this nicely out in front. Miss Complicated dictates terms to Good Conduct, making her first run since the fairgrounds, and Wajood holds the rail for Danny Sheehy. The top 3 with inside 4 furlongs to go. And then on the outside, Song Kong Sank, who's joined by How About Abby, holding the rail there for Alberto Burgos. Una Madiba is 6 lengths off this leader, and Shadoni remains last. It's 8 lengths from top to tail, and Miss Complicated remains in charge. Her half was 48.60, steady as she goes with Alex Ashar. Miss Complicated leans here on the edge of the quarter pole from Good Conduct with toward the inside. Wajood sweeping on the outside is Song Kong Sank. They've strained away 3/4, 1 minute 12.65 seconds. Miss Complicated with a lot left in the tank. It's Miss Complicated who's come clear from How About Abby with Good Conduct, Wajood, and Song Kong Sank with Alex Ashar. Miss Complicated wire to wire by 3. How About Abby was second. Song Kong Sank third, and then Wajood and Good Conduct. 141.48. After the maiden distaff turf, it was the Girls Inc. on Shelby County Day, 6-2-7-6, Miscomplicated. 6-5 first over 2, How About Abby? 2-1, the mare was second. The 7, Son Con Sank, 5-1 third in her maiden voyage, and fourth is a photo. It's on the bob and up to the judges. Close there between Wajoud with Good Conduct making her first run since the fairgrounds. And for Wajoud was fourth, Good Conduct fifth. 6-2-7-4-8, it's in frame, 141.48. Alex Ashar getting on the Wednesday score sheet here on the Complexity filly for Ian Wilkes. And Miscomplicated's out to the maiden ranks in her 8th career start. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 6, Miscomplicated with Alex Ashar. Miscomplicated is a 3-year-old dark bay brown filly by Complexity. Out of Cause for Praise by Creative Cause, Ian Wilkes trains. For the ownership of 6 Column Stables LLC, Brett Jones, Jeannie Rice, Jim Gladden, David Stanley, and Randall L. Block. The ownership of Miscomplicated out to the maiden distaff ranks. It's official. The 6-2 exacta paid $14.40. 50-cent trifecta, $17.15. 5-6 double, $18.60. 50-cent pick 3 for a favorites sweep, $11.25. Wajoud was 4th. Good Conduct 5th. The 10-cent superfecta, 6274, paid $9.08. Girls Inc. has been a longtime resource for so many families in Shelbyville and Shelby County. The organization provides care for girls before and after school, as well as summer camp activities. In operation since 1972, Girls Inc. furnishes school-based partnerships for thousands of young females with gymnastics, art, educational programs, and more. Girls Inc. inspires all girls to be strong, smart, and bold. With us today is Amy Dillon, President and CEO of Girls Inc., along with several members of the staff, joining us here for winner's presentation on Shelby County Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello. In the fourth race, the Scuffy. Scratch number 9, Red Beretta. Number 9, Red Beretta has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and Scuffy starts the 50-cent late fire 5 on a Shelby County Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Post time 3:43. And they're off. Shadoni near the running rail. Right there is How About Abby. Here comes Wajood. Royal blue with the white epaulets, and Miss Complicated joins Wajood. And right there on the outside is Good Conduct in a maroon cap. They make their way toward the first turn with Alex Ashar. Miss Complicated leads out from Good Conduct, and toward the inside, Wajood is third and well up as they make their way into the first turn with 6 furlongs to run. Then comes the newcomer, Sonkan Sank, who's running in fourth, joined on the outside by Unama Diba. How About Abby holds her position with the rail, and Shadoni has dropped back to last as these maiden fillies of mare go to the back of the course. It's firm, 23.30 for the lead part, Miss Complicated. The overall leader here for Alex Ashar, doing this nicely out in front. Miss Complicated dictates terms to Good Conduct, making her first run since the fairgrounds, and Wajood holds the rail for Danny Sheehy. The top 3 with inside 4 furlongs to go. And then on the outside, Sonkan Sank, who's joined by How About Abby, holding the rail there for Alberto Burgos. Unama Diba is 6 lengths off this leader, and Shadoni remains last. It's 8 lengths from top to tail, and Miss Complicated remains in charge. Her half was 48.60, steady as she goes with Alex Ashar. Miss Complicated leans here on the edge of the quarter pole from Good Conduct with toward the inside. Wajood sweeping on the outside is Sonkan Sank. They've strained away 3/4, 1 minute 12.65 seconds. Miss Complicated with a lot left in the tank. It's Miss Complicated who's come clear from How About Abby with Good Conduct, Wajood, and Sonkan Sank with Alex Ashar. Miss Complicated wire to wire by 3. How About Abby was second, Sonkan Sank third, and then Wajood.
Miss Complicated gets in with her friends today, and she takes to the turf and just glides home a 460 winner. Yet to find ourselves a 2-1 winner through the first 3 races. I don't expect that trend to continue here at Horseshoe Indianapolis as we move towards this late Fire 5. And 60% of those races in the late Fire 5 going to be on the turf. Big fields, could be potential chaos on the turf. But I do know one thing. The day's lowest takeout opportunity forthcoming. 11.99% takeout each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Very proud to say that. Every time it rings and rolls off of your tongue. Less money taken out of the pool, more money returned to the bettors, and that's what the game is all about. Scratch number 9, Red Beretta, out of this allowance event, stretching it out, going 1 mile and 70 yards. In here, a field of 8 set to go to the post, and right now the betting public having a difficult time navigating through this race and identifying who's going to be a favorite in here. We have had a couple of 560, 440, and 460 winners, so maybe the betting public will be right again, but I am going to lean into Watcher. Now, this 5-year-old mare, she's somewhat become a win machine, much to the chagrin of the Speece gang and Randy Klopp, because she was tagged for $20,000 off of a 6-length win back on June 26th of last season. Now, since then, she's won 3 out of 4. She's also added in 2 second-place finishes, and she's 2 for 2 on the season. She's had a great year since that claim, and she was pretty win-happy before that as well. She's got 7 wins from 23 starts. I don't think she necessarily needs the lead. Now, if you believe she needs the lead, you are unlikely to appreciate this mare as much as I do. I think she can sit. I think she can rate, and she's done so in the past. Fernando de la Cruz, very familiar with her. He's been aboard her in 4 straight starts. So I'm confident that our leading man knows exactly what he's got underneath him, whether he needs to go to the lead or whether he does not. It's going to be up to him. Now, drawing from post position number 2 is not going to be an easy task in here. They're probably going to have to be a little bit forward, and there is some other pace as well, both inside and outside of them. So 2-1 as Watcher goes for the pure hat trick or the turkey, whichever one you prefer. She did beat up on horses that wanted to be on the turf last time out. The waters get deeper in here. We'll see if she can get her 3rd win of 2026. She's in very good form right now, though, for Aaron West and our leading rider in Fernando de la Cruz. The 7 is the biggest threat, in my opinion, and some would say maybe the only threat in here, Miss Susan B. Rogelio Labra, Alberto Burgos, looking to keep his name in the mix in leading riders chatter as well. 2 for 27, doesn't love to win by any means. A little bit camera shy when it's all said and done. Now, she's done well. She's banked almost $200,000 in that career for Juan de la Cruz, and they just ran a good race last time out. Low Moon is another horse who's in very good form. Rodney Prescott had teamed up with, I believe it's a Brian Cook trainee, that has won 3 in a row, both on the dirt and the turf, and is in just awesome form. So Miss Susan B. probably ran better than it looks, showed speed, got away with some reasonable fractions, unlikely to get the lead today, but another horse who, despite what recency would suggest that this horse is a front runner, I think maybe prefers a target, and maybe that was just a little bit of an issue last time out as she didn't have a target. Low Moon had the target, and once Miss Susan B was headed, couldn't go on with it. But I think they're going to sit off the pace today. Second start off the layoff, second time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Is 0 for 11, but 8 second and third place finishes. Could today be the day? I think Miss Susan B's got as good a chance as any in here, 4-1 on the board. The inside runner, Shared Vision, taking a lot of money right now for Georgie Arnold. Victor Carrasco, saw him on Twitter earlier today. Now I see him down here in the paddock. He's ready for a winner in here with this 4-year-old filly by McKenzie. 1 win, 1 second, and 1 third. But we're going to single Watcher. I'm a believer in the Indiana bred against Open Company in here. It looks like some of you are as well at 8-5 for Terry Stevens and Aaron West. The riders getting the leg up. We're just about set to kick off that late Fire 5. I'm going to put together a ticket that'll cost you $1 Benjamin. $100. Hopefully we get this single home. If we do, we've got some big-time action coming up in races 5, 6, and 7. And in the 7th, we kick off that $5 minimum late daily double as well. Plenty of racing action on Wednesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call post for down for the fourth race. It's the Scuffy. At 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 7. Scratch number 9, Red Beretta. Number 9, Red Beretta has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The Scuffy starts another rolling double, pick 3, and the first leg of the 50-cent late fire 5. If you're just joining, sunny skies, fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Feature of the day starts at the 50-cent late fire 5, fast and firm. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time for the Scuffy, the Shelby County United Fund for You. 4th of 9 here on Shelby County Day. Post time, they're going in. Victor Carrasco is Shared Vision. Fernando de la Cruz, Watcher, winner of 2 straight, joined Shared Vision. Santo Sanjor with Hoosier Promise. Start here, the 50 cent Late Fire 5. It's the feature of the day. Sunny, fast and firm. Danny Sheehy, Best Cupcake. Hoosier Promise joins. Now parking lot pours to be led up to the gate. Adam Beschizza partners Tesoro de Parata. Parking lot pours will be a double for Alex Ashar. Watcher, now 3-5 favorite. 4-1 Shared Vision and 5-1 Miss Susan B. Going in with Alberto Burgos at 1 mile and 70 yards. One more for the Wednesday feature here at 1 mile and 70 yards. See you in a bit. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with 31 wins here at the Horseshoe Indianapolis meet. This day 53 of 123. Here's See You in a bit. Facing the gate at 18-1 odds. Watchers the 4-5 favorite. Starter Oscar Quiros has the trigger. They're in the gate. And they're off. Watcher away well for Fernando de la Cruz. An early bid by Shared Vision. And here's See You in a Bit, who strides up to join them as they make their way into the first turn with Victor Carrasco. Shared Vision has pole position. So Shared Vision leads here in the early stages from Watcher and Best Cupcakes in the black cap at the 6.5. See You in a Bit is running in 4th. Miss Susan B. Keen in a wide 5th. Then between horses is Tesoro de Parata with toward the inside Hoosier Promise and the orange and blue hoops. And Parking Lot Pours has dropped back to 8th and last, the quarter 23.87 seconds. Shared Vision. So Shared Vision doing the legwork in front of Watcher, who tracks there for the run to the half-mile pole. On the outside, See You in a Bit is running in 3rd, and Best Cupcake. Her bit up the rail now for Danny Sheehy. They have a half-mile to go. Miss Susan B. is racing inside of the wide See You in a Bit. Tesoro de Parata is racing 7 lengths off this leader. The trailers, Hoosier Promise and Parking Lot Pours. The front runner, Shared Vision. Half mile for her, 47.77. So this is 3 furlongs out, and Watcher runs at Shared Vision now. Shared Vision standing her ground to watch her as they come toward the quarter pole. Miss Susan B. Best Cupcake, see in a bit as drop back has raced wide. DeSoto de Parada, Hoosier Promise, and Parking Lot Pours as these fillies and mares turn for home. 3/4, 1 minute 11.66 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. Watcher has taken the lead with 1 furlong to go and an eye on 3 in a row. And Watcher is pulling away now from Shared Vision with aplomb. They're near home with Fernando de la Cruz. Watcher wins again. 5 lengths at the finish from Shared Vision. Miss Susan B. third, and Hoosier Promise finish fourth. .140.62 after the distaff. Unofficial 2175. 2 Watcher. 3 to 5 first. Number 1 Shared Vision. 4 to 1 on the runner-up. Number 7 Miss Susan B. At 7 to 1 was third. And 5 Hoosier Promise. 6 to 1 fourth. Hold all bets until official. Fernando de la Cruz. Temperature mare. She makes it a hat trick of wins for Aaron West and Terry Stevens. Watcher at 3 to 5, another favorite home on Shelby County Day. A total of $193,620 wagered into the 50-cent late fire 5 pool today. Favorite takes it out. Race 4 official. 2175. Official. Returning to the winner's circle will be the 2 Watcher with leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz. She's now an 8-time winner. Goes over the $200,000 career earnings mark. Watcher, 5-year-old bay mare by Temperature. Out of Cadillac Kelly by El Prado, Aaron M. West trains for owner Terry L. Stevens. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Watcher wins the Scuffy. Two one exacta paid $11.80, 50-cent trifecta. Pays on 217, $12.10, 6-2 double 13.20, 10-cent superfecta 2175, $6.77. Hoosier Promise was fourth. Pick 3, $9.60. Feature of the day, 9 was a non-runner, favorite first. 8 ran, 140.62. Shelby County United Fund for You, Scuffy. Touches almost every resident in Shelby County in some way. The organization supports so many agencies and affords these groups resources to assist residents in Shelby County, including Meals on Wheels, Senior Services, The Ark, Project Clothes for Kids, the Salvation Army, and Head Start, just to name a few. Each year, Scuffy has an annual fundraising drive to support these organizations and raised more than $940,000 this year. With us today is the Executive Director, Ali Lilly, along with several members of the staff and board. Special check presentation to Scuffy on Shelby County Day at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. Welcome all on Shelby County Day. 19 minutes away from race 5, the Echo Effect. Maiden Turf Mile, scratch 2, Earl's Lady. 2, Earl's Lady has been scratched, no rider changes. 3, Mariposa Moon, and 1 pound to the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3. Start of the $1 late pick 4 daily presented by Itoba. Maiden Turf Mile is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 8. Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Firm and fast, post time 4:14. It's the Scuffy. Check for $55,500 for Scuffy here on Shelby County Day, and standing by in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winter Circle on this summer day, Racing Rachel.
I am joined in the winner's circle by Scuffy, and we have a new director, right? Natalie. You had a goal and you met it, but I want to let you guys know because I had to learn this when I started because I was like, Scuffy, Scuffy, and I had to keep saying it over and over, but now I have it. Shelby County United Fund for you. Yes, thank you very much. Tell them what you guys do, though.
Yeah, so Scuffy is a nonprofit organization that serves 12 nonprofit agencies here in Shelby County. We're committed to supporting them and their missions as we serve our community.
All right. And he didn't think that I was going to introduce him, so he stood all the way over here. But this is Jason. He used to be our director up in the AV room. He was one of the best. I tried to keep him, but he became a lawyer, and now he's slum it with us. So I'm so glad you're here, Jason. What do you do with Scuffy?
I'm a board member.
Oh, very
so
nice.
I do whatever they want me to do.
Just whatever they want. That's what I like to hear. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got more coming up, so stick around.
9 minutes to race 5. It's a maiden claiming for 10, and they're going to go a mile on the turf. The 2, Earl's Lady, is out of here. The 9's the favorite, and really there's not a whole lot of speed in this race. I guess the 9 would be the one, but I'm going to go with the 10. I got a couple long shots in here. I think that this race is an interesting one. I think it's one of those races where there could be an upset because you never know what's going to happen with these kind of horses. But the 10, Undiri gets Amir Mendoza, the red hot Amir Mendoza. I mean, he has just been on a tear. I've had $1 for every time I said that, but the man has been consistently good, finishing in the money and with wins. So he's riding here for Thomas Upton. This is a 5-year-old mare who's repeating this class. Now, she's been down in 7,500 maiden claiming before. I just don't, I think probably they see the same thing I do. I don't see that it made like a very huge difference, to be completely honest with you. Now, the difference between then and now is that if you look at all her races, she's been running predominantly on Polly. She has a couple okay races, one really close. It was that one time that she was second by half a length at Turfway. And that was back in December of 2025. She debuted in 2026 at Turfway and has raced there until had won a month sort of. And then May she had a race, and that was actually I think they thought, okay, well, she hasn't been getting it done on Poly, let's try dirt. Maiden claiming for 70 and didn't do much there either. So then on June 23rd, she comes here, she gets on the turf routing, and she did show a nice start to the race. I think some people are going to be turned off by this 4th place finish, but look at the start of this race. I mean, she was going pretty well. She got up to the lead, and then she kind of came into the last part of it, and she really just couldn't last that mile and 16th. Now, this happened to me yesterday. I picked, I think, a $13 winner because of a situation like this where the horse was running and you could just tell there at the end it was too much. Well, now they've cut her back from a mile and a 16th and a mile and kept her on the grass. And I'm telling you guys, it could be a different story today, because if that race would have ended right there, she would have got second or possibly won. So now she's got some shorter distance to manage, and I think that's going to make the difference here. And then I even put the 6 on in my exacta here at 7-2, and that is Voluntold. Voluntold gets Danny Sheehy aboard again, who has ridden this one the last time out, which was a 3rd place finish. Right now the 6 is 7-2 on the board, so the bettors seem to like this one more than my 10. Couple of turf tries here as of late that have ended well. June 4th, Belterra, we got a maiden claiming 15-10. So I'm going to go ahead and say that that's kind of similar. I even think this is a little bit tougher than there, but 2nd place finish only by a length and a half, and then was 3rd last time out. So this horse has been 2nd and 3rd once each, and it was both those times. So we can tell we're getting some form. We can tell we're doing what she likes. She's improving each time, and those 2 races were good. So I'm hoping she likes it. But if you see, she was at a mile and a 16th last time, was 3rd by 5.5. That's not exactly close. And then the 2nd place finish was at a mile. So I think she's gonna like getting back to this distance. She is the highest last race speed rating, which isn't much. But I definitely think she's going to be in the mix. And then Figurine, the 9, who is the favorite right now at 2-1. As I said, there's not a whole lot of speed in here to speak of, but if you could pick one out, it would be the 9. The highest speed figure this horse has ever put up in Brisnet pages is 69. So not a huge number, obviously. So the speed is not here, but Summer Polly, definitely one who has had great success with Ed Moger. Pretty sure a lot of those finishes in the money have been Summer. She, here out of the handful, couple handfuls, she's ridden 24% and 60%. Those are amazing stats. And then Ed Moger, obviously, tremendous trainer of 16% win clip, but 47% in the money here. So he puts them where they're competitive, and his percentage in the money proves it. Now, this horse ran June 11th, at a mile and a 16th, no go. I'm going to just draw a line through that one, because look how much she got out crazy, and then she got completely bumped at the start hard. I like the mile one. So it's kind of the same story I've got for these 3. If you go back to on May 18th, she was in a maiden claiming for 30, and she was second by a nose. Now, obviously, this is the lowest that she's ever been. I get why everybody's on it, but like I said, this is the kind of race where I feel like it could be a little bit of an upset because I'm not completely sold on the form for Figurine, but 10-6-9, I'm so sorry for me, here in the 5th race. We're just 4 minutes post. Horses are heading to the track. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. It's the Echo Effect. Maiden Turf Mile, a field of 9. Scratch 2, Earl's Lady. 2, Earl's Lady has been scratched. No rider changes. 3, Mariposa Moon, add 1 pound to the program weight. Makes it there now 114 corrected. Scratch the 2, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Here are the starts of the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Firm and Fast. This the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf pick 3. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Course firm for the $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. You have less than 1 minute. Crossing over to the turf course. Maidens on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Alexander Crispin with La Bien Le Mall. Danny Sheehy partners Voluntold. Joined La Bien Le Mall. Loading for the maiden. Micah Meeks with Mariposa Moon has taken her position within the starting gate. Evan Roman with High Grace. High Grace went it well. Mitchell Morrow with Alexis Hope. Joe Ramos, Spirit moves me in the Navy Silks. Here over the mile. Start of the Horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Jose Gutierrez with Loma Char. Spirit moves me loaded. Summer Pauly with Figurine. One more, Mia Mendoza with 10 times started, Undiri. It's the 5th here on Shelby County Day. Lomachar getting fractious, has settled. Lomachar, and they're off. Alexis Hope away well, along with Mariposa Moon, and toward the inside, La Bien Le Mall for Alexander Crispin. As they make their way past the awning, it's La Bien Le Mall with Alexis Hope, Lomachar, and on the outside is Undiri, who's up with these leaders into the first turn with Mitch Murrell. Alexis Hope is just in front with 6 furlongs to go. Alexis Hope with Lomachar in a white cap, and on the outside, Undiri as these leaders go to the back of the course. La Bien Le Mall saving ground running in 4th as High Grace starts a bit on the outside. La Bien Le Mall taken back now with on the outside Figurine and Voluntold's in the black silks and cap between horses. Mariposa Moon settled second to last, and Spirit Moves Me trails in 9th. The first 2 furlongs of the turf mile, 23.67. They have inside 4 furlongs to go, and it's Alexis Hope. The half mile in 47.44. So Alexis Hope doing the hard labor as they make their way into the far turn. Trek by Undiri staying close to Alexis Hope. 3 furlongs from the winning line with on the outside High Grace and Mariposa Moon, and she's picking up now for Micah Meeks. Mariposa Moon is gaining as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. Mariposa Moon with a sweep with the between horses. High Grace in a red cap. Toward the inside, Alexis Hope tries to kick with them. Undiri is dropped back under pressure. And then on the outside, Voluntold, 3/4, 1 minute 12.05 seconds. Mariposa Moon toward the inside. High Grace with a 16 to go. And here's Voluntold for Danny Sheehy. It's Voluntold who has a nose in front of Mariposa Moon close home. Voluntold to win it from Mariposa Moon. Spirit Moves Me 3rd, and High Grace finished back in 4th. 136.32 after the maiden turf mile. 136.32. We're standing by for the verdict from the judges. It was 5-2 on the 6th. Voluntold. Stand by for the full order. Voluntold will get the result out to the maiden ranks of a Mariposa Moon, the blue 3. Voluntold from Mariposa Moon after the maiden turf mile. 136.32. Spirit Moves Me 3rd. High Grace 4th. Ondiri finished 5th. Figurine was 6th. 6-3-5-7 the superfecta. So 6 Voluntold, Connect Philly, out to the maiden ranks. Danny Sheehy for Troy Newton. A 5-2 winner to start the late pick 4. The results of the 5th race official. Result confirmed by the judges. 6-3-5-7 Voluntold has beaten home Mariposa Moon. Spirit Moves Me, High Grace 4th official. The winning groom leading in the 6th, Voluntold, with Danny Sheehy. Voluntold is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Connect, out of Taurine by Flatter. Troy Newton trains for Farron McCubbins. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Voluntold, off the mark in her 8th career start. Takes the maiden distaff turf, 136.32. 6-3 exacta paid $47 even. 50-cent trifecta, $332.20. 2-6 double, $17.40. $1 early pick 4, $82.60. High Grace 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $339.93. 50-cent pick 3, $10.70, and the 50-cent early pick 5 returns an even $121. And the maiden turf, the 2 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 9 ran, 136.32. It was the Echo Effect. Echo Effect Arts Campus has become an essential partner in downtown Shelbyville. Owned and operated by Dawn and Thurman Adams, the facility offers all types of artistic opportunities for local residents, from music instruction, introduction to painting and dance, and a state-of-the-art recording studio. Echo Effect also provides a unique event space for all types of gatherings. They strive to identify, equip, and empower artists to make real change. Horseshoe Indianapolis welcomes Dawn and Thurman Adams of Echo Effect. Making a special presentation, Horseshoe Indianapolis Senior Vice President of Racing and General Manager Eric Hallstrom. Echo Effect, welcome Dawn and Thurman to Horseshoe Indianapolis for Shelby County Day. In the 6th race, maiden juvenile filly sprint, scratch 2, Passion for Winning, scratch the 2. 1, JoJo Justice, waive the apprentice allowance, 119. Joseph Romero with 40 career wins, no longer claims the 5-pound allowance, 119. Corrected weight for 1, JoJo Justice, and 6, Jay's Alley Cat is 2 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5, double pick 3, post time will be at 4:45. Dawn and Thurman Adams of Echo Effect joining us here for Shelby County Day 2026, and Rachel McLaughlin catching up with them.
Thanks, John. If you threw it to me any slower, I would have melted, baby. I'm telling you, you're doing a great job. It's so hot out here. I told him today during the show, I said, you know what? You get to read all these in the air conditioning, and I'm going to be outside. And he was like, well, perks of the job. Thurman, tell us a little bit about Echo Effect. Like I told you, I hadn't heard of it, but you guys do some cool stuff.
Yeah, well, my wife and I, Dawn, we're a 501c3 nonprofit. We survive only on donations, but we do art classes there. We have a recording studio there. We have 107 students coming from all over the area, all the way from Edinburgh to homeschoolers,
after-school programs,
Boys and Girls Clubs of Shelbyville and Waldron and Columbus. But we also are open for private parties, and we do things like corporate events, and just really, we're having the time of our lives because we live right upstairs. So when creativity hits us, we just come downstairs. Yeah.
That's the dream for sure. Tell everybody how they can find you and more information about your organization.
You can say that.
EchoEffectArts.com, and we're also on Facebook under Echo Effect.
There you go. Facebook Echo Effect. That's like telling our website. It's like Caesars.com/Horseshoe Indianapolis blah, blah, blah. Just look us up on Facebook,
And thank
please.
you guys so much for this because we wouldn't be able to survive without your support. We just really, really appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome, and thanks for coming out. We've got more to come. The mayor's race is coming up, too. Good luck.
Right, cheers, Rachel, and once again, a very warm welcome to all joining us here for Shelby County Day. From that maiden turf mile, there was a claim on 9 figurine. Had 2 claims in for $10,000 in a 2-way shake figurine claimed by new owner Ashley Houston. Trainer Jay Holden claimed figurine out to the maiden turf mile. 18 minutes away from the Blue River Community Foundation.
Witness explosive speed from the world's fastest athletes during Quarter Horse Stakes Day, Saturday, July 18th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Racing begins at 10:45 a.m., featuring live music, cold drinks, winner's circle promotions, and kids' activities. Bring your family and friends to Horseshoe Indianapolis for Quarter Horse Stakes Day, July 18th, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville. Call ahead for clubhouse reservations at 317-421-00.
Welcome back to Horseshoe Indianapolis, where you could probably add the Mariposa Moon to your stable mail, because that was an interesting journey, 5 or 6 wide on both turns, moved quite early as well, and certainly paid the price when it was all said and done, as Mariposa Moon at 5-1 out of nowhere gets nailed by Voluntold for Danny Sheehy in race 5, kicking off today's Itoba pick 4 and that horseshoe hat trick. 9 minutes away from another dirt event in here, 5 furlong sprint, scratch number 2, Passion for Winning. We've got some first-time starters mixed in with some horses with experience in this group. I tend to lean towards horses with experience over first-time starters, and this case is no different. This 2-year-old filly, Big Time Justice for Justice Farm, gets their homebred to the racetrack for the second time in the career by Harry's Holiday out of Tour for Love. Mitch Merle was aboard on debut, in which they broke from the very outside. They're getting accustomed to breaking from the very outside. They broke from the 9th post last time. They'll break from the 11th post today. I noted that they took a sneaky amount of action on debut, in which they went off just under 5-1 in a 9-horse field. It was kind of a unique day. June 25th, it was a super wet track. The inside was very good. The times were fast. I was going to downgrade a lot of the variables in there, so typically you would think that I would downgrade a horse with experience, but the inside was good. The outside wasn't all that well, and that was a rarity here at Horseshoe Indianapolis because of the rain. And ultimately, Big Time Justice wasn't done any favors on debut. They were broke from the very outside. The top 2 winners, and looks like Laney and Forever Release, also had experience. So Big Time Justice was kind of up against it that day. I think they're going to be in a much better spot today, and it looks like bettors agree 3-1 on the board. The 3 is Soixet Tom. Stephen Fosdick has had himself a very nice week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He hopes that trend will continue in here. The dam was 3 for 20, but ultimately she's produced some very nice horses. First time out, she produces at a 20% win rate. Never usually a good sign when the outrider is going to keep close tabs on this one during the saddling process. So maybe a little bit green, still figuring things out. That's something you want to keep your eye on, especially with the first-time starter. Burgos is going to be aboard. The mare, she was 3 for 20. She produced 1 for 5 on first-time starters. However, 4 of the 5 siblings have all gone on to win. She's created winners. She continues to produce winners. And Steve Fosdick can certainly have a horse ready to rock and roll at first asking. He wins at a very high clip first time out, but don't love to see the outrider in with it first or during the saddling process. So certainly take note of that as they head out for the post parade. The 7 is another first-time starter in here, a little Gitana, Antonio Duran Santos Sandra for Rancho Monarca. This is a horse who is making the debut today, a 2-year-old filly by Spite Song out of Little Secrete. Who she didn't have much racing luck in her career. She was only 1 for 23. She did bank almost $75,000 during that 1 for 23 run, and since then she hasn't produced a whole lot of success as a broodmare to date. Suki Song is 0 for 8 at this stage of her career, last seen on Independence Day, and then Mi Sargento, who's 1 for 25. So why little Gitana? I trust Antonio Duran and Santos Sandra. I think that gate workout, a good one. I do like when, as much as I'd love to see a 5-furlong workout, when they have limited posted workouts and published workouts with one gate workout right before their debut, I tend to like that. So the breeding, it's not really there. In fact, based on the breeding, I wouldn't be all that excited. However, kind of what I see with the three furlong workouts, a very slow 4-furlong work. I think they had their work in and they knew they were ready to rock and roll. Then they got their gate card July 3rd. Could be in for some running in here with a potential long shot at 22-1. Hopefully that coat that we see right now is thanks to the hose on a hot day. Hopefully they hosed her off. Otherwise, she does look a tad bit warm down here for her debut with little Gitana. An interesting field in here. Scratch number 2 out of this event leaves us with a field of 10 set to go to the gate. Forever Release, currently heavily favored, even money on the board. 2-year-old filly for Gennaro Garcia as he owns and trains Marcelino Pedroza Jr., looking to keep pace with Fernando de la Cruz. They exit a race on a sloppy racetrack in which they had a very good setup that came from off the pace with a long sustained run, but they ultimately, in my opinion, did hang once they got to the leader that day. Maybe the leader just found more. Maybe the leader kicked on and whatnot, but Forever Release looking to get that elusive first victory. We'll see if they're off the pace again. A 2-year-old filly who's proven she can pass runners, but can she pass the leader will be the ultimate question as an intriguing field heads out for another pick 3 opportunity here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful Wednesday. Fast and firm as we throw it up to John G. Dooley. He'll put the horses on the track and we'll be off and running before you know it.
Gary, the Bugler, bringing the horses onto the track for the 6th race. It's the Blue River Community Foundation. The 6th of 9 here on Shelby County Day. A field of 10 in the maiden juvenile filly sprint. 5 furlongs. Scratch 2, Passion for Winning. Scratch the 2. 1, JoJo Justice. Joseph Romero, 40 career wins. No longer claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Corrected weight, Wave the Bug, 119 for 1, JoJo Justice. Scratch the 2 in the 6, Jay's Alley Cat to add 2 pounds to the listed program weight there. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Grand High 5, first Pentafecta featured on the day. Double Pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. Due in 2. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the Blue River Community Foundation. Micah Meeks with Jay's Alley Cat. Joseph Romero, JoJo Justice to join her. Santo Sanjo with Lil Gitana facing up to the gate. Here over the 5 furlongs on a fast track. Alberto Burgos with Suck It To Him. Suck It To Him went in okay. Rodney Prescott with Gremlin Hunter. Hannah Leahy, Pioneer Sky in the green, and Gremlin Hunter. Right now, Forever Release, the 8-5 favorite. Evan Roman with Evening Charm coming up to her position in the starting gate over the 5 furlongs. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Forever Release, like Obviously Precious, both for Gennaro Garcia. Evening Charm has taken her position at 12-1. Amir Mendoza, Obviously Precious, and Forever Release, the Gennaro Garcia 2. Dressed the same. That was Evening Charm Fractious in the starting gate. So Evan Roman walking away from the starting gate as they're backing out the Gray Filly Evening Charm. Right now 13-1 on Evening Charm under a veterinarian review. So they're starting to back some of the others out to the starting gate here. There'll be a delay to the maiden. And here comes the steward's confirmation call. It is a late scratch on 9, Evening Charm. All wagers here on Evening Charm refunds. There will be a 6 and 9 consolation double. 6 and 9 consolation double. Those using 9 Evening Charm, and there's that late scratch on the turquoise 9. Those using Evening Charm in a multi-race wager. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Sprint. Still in a holding pattern after a late scratch on 9 Evening Charm. After the late scratch on 9 Evening Charm, the maiden 2-year-old fillies making their way back toward the starting gate. Late scratch on the 9. So they're going back in. Jay's Alley Cat rejoins JoJo Justice in the starting gate. And back up comes Lil Gitana. Sock it to him, reloads. Gremlin Hunter. Pioneer Sky retakes her spot. Now sock it to him, getting fractures in the starting gate. We already had that late scratch on 9, Evening Charm. Now sock it to him, getting fidgety on this hot day here in town. Now backing out the blue 3. Sock it to him. Another late scratch. 3 sock it to him, now ordered scratch by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Scratch the blue 3. Sock it to him. As with 9, Evening Charm, that other late scratch, once fractures in the starting gate, all wagers here on 3 sock it to him, refunds. Another consolation double. Here's a 6-3 consolation double. And 3 sock it to him, and multi-race wagers now transferred to the post-time favorite. Now scratch the 3, sock it to him. And reloading again. We've had late scratches on the 9, Evening Charm, and 3 sock it to him. The latest withdrawal here from this maiden 2-year-old filly's sprint over the 5 furlongs. Forever Release, the 3-2 favorite. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Gennaro Garcia. Now Gennaro's 2. Forever Release and Amir Mendoza with Obviously Precious. After late scratches, 8 run here. And the Blue River Community Foundation on Shelby County Day. So one more Big Time Justice. She was 3rd here on debut with Mitchell Murrell. Late scratches on the 3 and 9. All in, we're past due. Ready for Robin sprinting. Gremlin Hunter was slow to go, a fast start for Pioneer Sky, who rockets right into action for Hannah Leahy. Pioneer Sky takes the early lead, dashing past the half-mile pole from toward the inside. Forever Release with Jay's Alley Cat, and on the outside is Obviously Precious, part of a scramble as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. It's Pioneer Sky, the overall leader by 3 to Between Horses. Forever Release, who's joined out wide by Big Time Justice, who's coming with a bid. Obviously Precious is right there Between Horses toward the rail. Forever Release is running in 4th as these maiden 2-year-old fillies turn for home. That'll break to Jay's Alley Cat, who's next as they straighten away with Lil Gitana, and then farther back to JoJo Justice, and finally Gremlin Hunter after a slow start. 1 furlong to go, and with the rail for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Forever Release has spurted away to a 4-length lead past the 16th. On the outside is Obviously Precious, Gennaro Garcia 1-2. Pioneer Sky 3rd, and Big Time Justice finished 4th, then JoJo Justice and Jay's Alley Cat. Unofficial 5, 10, 8, 11, and now there'll be an inquiry into the far turn run. Far turn run, Stewart's inquiry. 1 minute point 49 after the maiden 2-year-old fillies dash. 1 minute point 49 unofficial. 5, 10, 8, 11, stand by for the 5th. 5 Forever Release. 3-2 first. 10 Obviously Precious. 7-2 second for Gennaro Garcia. 1-2 maiden finish. Number 8 Pioneer Sky at 7-1 was third. 11 Big Time Justice 2-1 fourth, and 6 Jay's Alley Cat at 16-1 gets into the frame for the Pentafecta. Stewart's Inquiry Far Turn Run. Unofficial Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Gennaro Garcia, Forever Doro filly, Forever Release. Third time was the charm at 3-2. Inquiry Far Turn. In the winner's circle, the 5 Forever Release with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Forever Release is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Forever Doro. Out of the Mr. Big Mare Big Release for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Forever Release. It's unofficial. 5, 10, 8, 11, and the 6 Jay's Alley Cat 5th. Inquiry Far Turn Run. Retain all tickets. The Blue River Community Foundation works tirelessly to provide grants and scholarships to residents and businesses here in Shelby County. They've also taken on several initiatives, including art installations, beautifying business fronts, and added activities to the community. They're always working to advance charitable activities and enhance the quality of life for all of Shelby County. With us today, Jennifer Jones, Executive Director, along with several members of the staff and board. We welcome the Blue River Community Foundation to Shelby County Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The stewards are concentrating their inquiry on the unofficial third, the 8 Pioneer Sky in the green silks and cap. Hereupon turning for home in the maiden juvenile filly sprint, unofficial 5'10", 8'11", 6. The stewards zeroing in their eyes on the 8 Pioneer Sky in the green silks and cap. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. After their inquiry, the stewards have disqualified number 8, Pioneer Sky from third. We'll place that filly fourth for interference with 11, Big Time Justice, coming off the far turn run. Number 8, Pioneer Sky, disqualified from third and will be placed fourth for coming out and causing interference with 11, Big Time Justice, upon straightening for home. With the disqualification, number 11, Big Time Justice, will be placed third into the show spot. Number 8, Pioneer Sky, will be disqualified from third and placed fourth in back of 11, Big Time Justice. Jay's Alley Cat stays fifth. The order will now be 5, 10, 11, 8, 6. And there's the TV verification. Number 8, Pioneer Sky, disqualified from third and placed fourth. The point of interference was there upon turning for home in the maiden juvenile filly sprint, as the 8 Pioneer Sky in the green silks and cap came out. 11 Big Time Justice was hampered. After that, and there's the confirmation of a disqualification, Pioneer Sky from third and placed fourth. The result of race 6 now official. 5:10 exacta. The Gennaro Garcia 1-2 maiden fillies finish, $19 even. 6-9 double paid $6.40. Big Time Justice was placed third. 8 Pioneer Sky disqualified from third and placed fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $6.69. 50-cent trifecta, 5, 10, 11. 11 placed third, $9.60. 6-5 double, $14 even. Those consolation doubles, 6-3, 6-9, a couple of consolation doubles, $6.40. 3 socket to him and the 9 evening charm were both late scratches by the veterinarian at the gate. Consolation doubles, 6-3, 6-9, both pay out $6.40. Pick 3, $8.10 when capped off by Forever Release. 10-cent pentafecta now 5, 10, 11, 8, 6. Return $21.72. So 16 minutes away from race 7. Maiden turf. It's the Mayor's Classic. As we welcome Mayor Ferguson here today to Shelby County Day. Scratch the 8 Unbridled Valor. 8 Unbridled Valor has been scratched. 10 What You Wish, just 2 pounds over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call. Thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 on Shelby County Day. Post time will be at 5:26. Ready. The Robin sprinting. Gremlin Hunter was slow to go. A fast start for Pioneer Sky, who rockets right into action for Hannah Leahy. Pioneer Sky takes the early lead, dashing past the half-mile pole from toward the inside. Forever Release with Jay's Alley Cat, and on the outside is obviously Precious, part of a scramble as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. It's Pioneer Sky, the overall leader by 3 to Between Horses. Forever Release, who's joined out wide by Big Time Justice, who's coming with a bid. Obviously, Precious is right there Between Horses toward the rail. Forever Release is running in 4th as these maiden 2-year-old fillies turn for home. That'll break to Jay's Alley Cat, who's next as they straighten away with Lil Gitana, and then farther back to JoJo Justice, and finally Gremlin Hunter after a slow start. 1 furlong to go, and with the rail for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Forever Release has spurted away to a 4-length lead past the 16th. On the outside is obviously Precious, Gennaro Garcia 1-2. Pioneer Sky 3rd, and Big Time Justice finished 4th, then JoJo Justice and Jay's Alley Cat.
Back out on the turf course for the upcoming 7th race. Kicking off today's late daily double, $5 minimum, 15% take on that late daily double. It's one of my favorite plays. Honestly, truly becoming one of my favorite horizontal plays is these daily doubles. Regardless of the minimum, I do enjoy trying to hammer home maybe a favorite, maybe your top selection. Doesn't need to be a favorite, but maybe a horse you fancy most, and then spread, and hopefully you get a little bit lucky. It's always nice when here at Horseshoe Indianapolis we're able to be on that turf course for the final 2 starts of the evening with some big fields as well. Scratch number 8, Unbridled Valor, out of this event. 9 of them set to go a mile and a 16th in here, all looking for their first career victory. A lot of people are piling on to this 6 right now. Seen You Later. I expect this horse to go off favored, and heavily favored at that for Juan Medina, who's won 2 out of 3 starts here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm going to go a different direction for Steve Fosdick and My Lunar Charm with Blaine Davidson. Unfortunately, they didn't get to see their first-time starter, Soxit Tuum, get to start. Last race was a scratch at the gate, so I'm sure there will be better days ahead for Soxit Tuum, a horse who was taking some action at the time of scratch, but My Lunar Charm goes out for Blaine Davidson and Steve Fosdick. Moncada going to be calling the shots in here for this 0-for-9 3-year-old Gray Gelding by Charming Kitten. Horse who hasn't had much racing luck. Lost a photo finish on a day they probably should have won back on June 6th. They did come back just 18 days later, and it wasn't an ideal trip. They were hung out 5 wide into the first turn. Then ultimately, after being 5 wide throughout the majority of the turn, they then decided to take back to save ground, ultimately coming with a solid run, but couldn't get to the top group because the top group did not stop in Quaint and Tokaji, along with Tainted Justice. Since then, the race has been somewhat live as well. I thought they had a sneaky amount of trouble in that trip. They did go very fast on the front end. I mean, they went sub 112, sub 48. Most of these races, a lot of them have gone right around that 48 and change, 49 and change. So My Lunar Charm is certainly pace dependent. I think there will be enough horses stretching out for the first time and going dirt to turf that the pace will be fair. And if it is, I think My Lunar Charm could be the gray blur, finishing up very nicely. But a perfect transition over to Spite Night. 3-year-old Spite Song out of Kitty Quality, teaming up for 514 Racing. They look for a win in race number 7. They already got a win earlier today with Conference Calling, who was an impressive 440 winner in the second. They look for their second winner on the day, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., a great rider overall, who I especially am fond of on the turf course. Miro off, Pedroza aboard. Tim Eggleston has been heating up recently. He has been not always the most lucky when it comes to first-time turf. The numbers don't necessarily suggest a ton of success first time on the turf. He does win at 10% overall for Tim Eggleston, but we'll see if Spite Night, who had a huge effort after the debut, got some money on debut as a 10-horse field, went off at 5-1. They blew the start, then they rallied widest of all, and they just kept closing like a freight train, but Sly Guy was just too good. Hopefully Spite Night breaks with the field and is in with a big chance today for Kiewakowski and Kaler with those 514 Racing Silks. After that, we'll move ahead to Tokaji. Joshua Morales is going to be calling the shots in here for Tony Cunningham. He's got a big chance in the quarter horse race as well. The man can train anything with hair on it. This 3-year-old Chestnut is 0-for-7 with 1 second-place finish, making the 3rd start on the turf this season. This could be your pace setter up front, or at least someone going to keep the pace setter company up front. They broke well. They were pressed every step of the way. In fact, Joshua Morales and Tokaji were never given any breathers last time out. They kind of had a horse right on them the entirety of the race. They did fight on willingly. They were game in defeat. Ultimately got wore down late and lost a rough photo finish. If you had this horse at 8-1, I will send my condolences, because it was a huge effort after being pressed each and every step, trying to make every pole a winning one. We'll see if they keep with the same tactics. They've run very well being on the lead. I think they're going to be forwardly placed today, 7-1. A great value player in here, but if you're looking at those will pays, got to be concerned if you don't have number 6, Seen You Later, a horse who's taken on some of Indiana's finest, J.R. Shadow Boy back-to-back races, along with Justin's Mr. T, but those are all in dirt. exit some stakes races, but we're going to a different game in here. We're trying 2 turns for the first time, and we're trying the turf for the second time of the career. Well, I'm not familiar with Juan Medina. You might want to get familiar with him. He's winning at 67%, very small sample size, getting Lasix for the first time, raced here on June 10th, shipped over to Ellis Park for a published workout as well. The mare, barely seen. She was a 2-time winner on the turf. This horse could improve on the turf. We'll see if Seen You Later lives up to the early wagering, but I'm going to try and get the gray home in here. My Lunar Charm. And a wide open 7th kicking off today's late thoroughbred daily double, $5 minimum, 15% takeout. You can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for the 7th race. It's the Mayor's Classic on Shelby County Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We welcome Mayor Ferguson to the races. Mayor's Classic on the turf over the mile and 16th. A field of 9 this year. Scratch the 8 Unbridled Valor. Number 8 Unbridled Valor has been scratched. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call. Thoroughbred double and final pick 3 featured on the day. Races 7, 8, and 9. Pick 3 wagering here. Firm and fast. 2 minutes to post time for the Mayor's Classic. 2 minutes. For a third time today, crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, making their way up toward the mile and a 16th start for the Mayor's Classic. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Joseph Bumer with Carthage Cruiser. Joe Ramos, Cover Art. Another for Jay Holden here in the maiden. Uri Moncada with My Lunar Charm has taken his position within the starting gate. Now seen you later. Leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with a win on the card. Spike Night would be a double for Marcelino Pedroso Jr. Trainer Tim Eggleston swept the early double. Samuel Bermudez with Star Spangled Image. Here comes Tokaji. Josh Morales for Tony Cunningham. Or the mile and a 16th, two of them back. Sando Sanjo with Engine Soul. One more. Micah Meeks, What You Wished. Like Cover Art and Carthage Cruiser, all for Jay Holden. It's the 7th on Shelby County Day. They're in the game. And they're off. And the Mayor's Classic. Tokaji away well. Here's Senior Later with a white cap for Fernando de la Cruz, who heads them off and makes a beeline right toward the running rail. So Senior Later to the early lead and looks to settle as they make their way toward the first turn with Cover Art, the closest pursuer to Senior Later. As they make their way out to the stretch, Tokaji is third upon settling for Josh Morales, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Then comes Spike Knight in the green cap with on the outside What You Wished. The gray is My Lunar Charm. First turn run toward the inside Carthage Cruiser with Engine Soul, and on the outside Star Spangled Image. The leaders are Senior Later and Cover Art. Quarter and 22.99 seconds, making this backstretch run. Joe Ramos sends Cover Art up on the outside of Senior Later, who just leads for the run past the half-mile pole. An early break. 8 lengths away to Tokaji, who tracks them from third. Still 3 more to Spike Knight, who's next in fourth. What You Wish to ground saving fifth, looking to make progress now. Then Star Spangled Image from My Lunar Charm, Engine Soul, and Carthage Cruiser remains last. Half mile, 47.73, Cover Art. Going for home now from Senior Later, who has relinquished the lead to Cover Art, who's coming toward the top of the stretch, opening up a margin now. Then further back as they come for home to Tokaji with Spike Knight in fourth. To the inside, What You Wished in fifth. Star Spangled Image with My Lunar Charm, Engine Soul, and Carthage Cruiser the distant. It's Cover Art. 3/4, 1 minute 11.80 seconds. Senior Later has found a second win for Fernando. Senior Later has taken the lead from Cover Art as Tokaji is rallying up the rail. Senior Later re-breaks from them. Seeing You Later to win it from My Lunar Charm. Senior Later out to the maiden ranks from a gaining My Lunar Charm. Tokaji was third, Spike Knight fourth, and Cover Art finished fifth. Star Spangled Image from What You Wished, Engine Soul, and a mile up the course to Carthage Cruiser, who was last to pull up at 60-1. $143.31 after the maiden and the Mayor's Classic of 2026. 143.31, 6-2-4, 3 in the 5 runs, fifth, 6. There's Senior Later. 3-5 out to the maiden ranks. Riding double for Fernando de la Cruz. 2 My Lunar Charm. 9-2 second, making his 10th career start. 4 Tokaji, 5-1 third. 3 Spike Knight, 5-1 fourth, and 5 at 26-1. Cover Art was fifth. Star Spangled Image 6th. What You Wished was 7th. Engine Soul was 8th. In the maiden turf, and we trailed back to Carthage Cruiser. So there's Senior Later. Fernando de la Cruz tops the meet, makes it a double on the day. Takes out the Mayor's Classic for Juan Medina. Senior Later at 3-5. Race 7 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, number 6, Senior Later, a riding double for Fernando de la Cruz, tops the meet. Senior Later is a 3-year-old big gelding by Querbon out of the Bayern mare Bayer Licine. Juan Medina trains for Lonnie Reynolds. The winner was bred in the Hoosier State by Lonnie Reynolds. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Senior Later. Takes out the Mayor's Classic. Results and prices after race 7. Presentation coming up for the Mayor's Classic on Shelby County Day. Today, Horseshoe Indianapolis honors Shelbyville Mayor Scott Ferguson with the Mayor's Classic. Mayor Ferguson is a lifelong resident of Shelby County and has served the community for 3 terms over the past 23 years. He also fulfilled 2 terms on the city council prior to becoming mayor of Shelbyville. Mayor Ferguson is also a businessman operating several enterprises, including Cagney's Pizza in downtown Shelbyville. Mayor Ferguson, to present the trophy to the winner of today's Mayor's Classic, the connections of Senior Later. We welcome Shelbyville Mayor Ferguson here. Mayor Scott Ferguson making the trophy presentation after the Mayor's Classic of 2026. Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, part of the winner's presentation. 8th race, no scratches, no rider changes. 2 Hoss and Boss is a first-time gelding, and 5 Shuggy, the ownership AHA Stables of Ann Holbrook Moss. Exact the trifecta, superfecta, the pentafecta. Start of our final double of the day, post time for the Cancer Association of Shelby County at 5:55. Racing Rachel catching up with the mayor. Shelby County Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis was a great success. And here's Mayor Ferguson with Rachel.
Thanks, John. Welcome, Mayor. We're so glad that you're here today. Tell us what it means to see all this wonderful community support represented here at the track in Shelbyville.
Yeah, it's an exciting day for a lot of our entities, the Girls and Boys Club, the Parks Department, the Cancer Society, Echo Effects, and Shelby County, I'm missing one, Scuffy, and then also
I got your back, Jack.
Blue River Foundation.
Blue River Foundation,
Yeah.
yep.
It's the casino and the horse track are such good community partners for us. They give, and they always say give till it hurts. I think they try to do that. So we appreciate all the effort they put into everything. Appreciate this day once again. We used to do this years ago, and kind of missed it.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was about to say next. The mayor's race is back. How do you feel, and are you so proud to have this tradition back with us here at the track?
Oh, definitely so. It's lasting. I have several trophies from the past that I got to keep myself. I had to give this one away though, but that's all right. So it's a nice gesture, I think, and welcomes people to our city, and it's a beautiful city, and all those entities that I mentioned earlier make our city great, and we really appreciate the efforts that people put into things.
Well, thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we have another race coming up. We have one more community event to go over, and then Martha's going to go over our quarter horse races, so stick around, a little bit to go.
Tokaji with Spike Knight in fourth. To the inside, What You Wished in fifth. Star Spangled Image with My Lunar Charm, Engine Soul, and Carthage Cruiser the Distant. It's cover art. 3/4, 1 minute 11.80 seconds. See You Later has found a second win for Fernando. See You Later has taken the lead from cover art as Tokaji is rallying up the rail. Seeing You Later re-breaks from them. Seeing You Later to win it from My Lunar Charm. Seeing You Later out to the maiden ranks from a gaining My Lunar
Before I get to the haymaker for race number 8, how about the team haymaker last week at Horseshoe Indy? What a week. First off, it was great being there in person Friday and Saturday. I would say, let's just say I spoke to 75, 80, I don't know, maybe 100 people. No bad apples. Zero. You people are the salt of the earth. I mean that. Great seeing you folks. And a tweet from Mr. John G. Dooley, your track announcer. I'm going to read out loud. Oh, here's my dentist appointment on September 18th. Okay, here it is. After calling 64 races on Indiana Derby week, it's time for a pint. I hope you had a couple, John. Anyway, Saturday's record handle, 9.53 million, made it a memorable one. Total handle on Monday through Saturday was 22.38 million, about a 3.5 million per day average. So well done, folks. It was a great week last week. Weather forecast dicey, everything worked out perfectly. Let's hope everything works out perfectly for the haymaker in race number 8 here. Mile and 16th, maiden special on turf. Okay, I have a horse with experience. I got to beat a bunch of first-time starters and a Steve Asmussen second-time starter in last moment. Don't take this personally, Steve. I'm not afraid of your horse. Fourth, kind of an okay 4th of 9 only start. That was at Horseshoe Indy. I like Olivetti, or is it Olivetti? I think it's Olivetti. Olivetti, the 8. This horse is by Munnings out of a Turtle Bowl mare. This horse, all grass on the bottom. This horse is a half to Shug McGahee's Fort Washington, a horse who's still in training, just ran at Churchill pretty recently. Fort Washington's made over $1.5 million. What is Fort Washington? He's a turf router. And Olivetti debuted at Saratoga. He was 7-2 at Saratoga, ran an okay 4th. The race was decent. Teddy's Rocket, who won that race, 73 buyer. That's pretty high for a 2-year-old. Teddy's Rocket, next start, he finished 4th of 10 in the Grade 1 Summer at Woodbine. Runner-up in that race, Noble Dynasty. What did he do? Belmont at Aqueduct meeting with a victory, 73 buyer. That was a strong race. He was competitive in it. They tried to get this horse on turf in his last start. It was taken off. They get grass today for trainer Riley Mott. Second start, the 10.5-month layup. Olivetti, the 888 Lynn Swan, 25 to win in Wednesday's haymaker.
Gino bringing the horses onto the track for the 8th race, our penultimate race of the day on Shelby County Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Here the maiden turf for the Cancer Association of Shelby County. Welcome. All 9 run. 2 Hoss and Boss is a first-time gelding. FTG, the designation. First-time gelding. The 2 Hoss and Boss. 5 Shuggy is owned by AHHA Stables LLC of Ann Holbrook Moss, the ownership. Looking on to the 9th, capping off the card with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 300 yards. There, scratch 10, Cat's Bad Habit. 12, Keep On Rollin'. 13, Mozumo S, and 14, Flash and Firefly. 11, Beach Train draws in, breaks from post 10, does Beach Train. Firm and Fast, Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured on the maiden turf. Starts at the late double. Due off soon. Less than 1 minute to post time. For a fourth and final time here on Shelby County Day, they're crossing over to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll close with a quarter horse maiden dash on a fast track, firm here. Maidens going over, up toward the mile and 16 start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. For the Cancer Association of Shelby County, up comes Last Moment, Keith Asmussen for his Hall of Fame father. Last Moment, first of the 9 to take his position in the starting gate. Axel Concepcion with Shuggy. Shuggy like Deerfield, both for Cherie DeVoe. Dylan Machado with Hoss and Boss. Adam Biscuit's Deerfield has joined. Mario Gutierrez with page 2. Now Mitchell Morrow with incredible power to post 7. Here all 9 run. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Redactor making his bow. The colors of Judmont 2 back. Jaime Torres with Olivetti. One more Godalva's Cantis. Yetz at Hazelwood with 324 career wins. This is first ride at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Page 2 with Hoss and Boss toward the inside. Last Moment taken back to settle by Keith Asmussen. And back of this front flight, Incredible Power is up with these leaders. As Page 2 is joined by Incredible Power, and Olivetti is right there as well. They make their way toward the first turn, and with Mitchell Morrow, Incredible Power just leads out from a close-up Olivetti. To the inside is Page 2. Yetz at Hazelwood, and on the outside, Cantis in the Gondolphin Blue. And they have 6 furlongs to go out to the stretch. First run since the fairgrounds for Deerfield, who's running in 5th. Hoss and Boss stays with the rail. Last Moment also toward the inside and behind horses. Shuggy's with Last Moment, and the Judmont newcomer. Redactors drop back to last. 23.28 for the lead part, and it's Incredible Power, who generates the pace at 28-1 for the run toward the half-mile pole. Incredible Power, 3/4 length to Olivetti, staying right there with the leader for Jaime Torres. And on the outside is Cantis, who's drawing in from 3rd. Page 2 stays rooted toward the inside parts of the course for Mario Gutierrez, as Deerfield's coming up in company with Hoss and Boss. And then comes Last Moment, who remains second to last. And finally, Redactor, half-mile 48.45. They're on the far side of the Caesars course. Incredible Power, looking to make every yard for Mitchell Morrow. Olivetti's been close. 3/4, 1 minute, 12.98 seconds. Cantis and Deerfield is sweeping into action on the far outside, and Page 2 comes charging up toward the rail. It's Incredible Power staring at one more furlong. Page 2. On the outside is Deerfield. Hoss and Boss in tight quarters. Olivetti's under pressure, and Shuggy sailing home for Axel Concepcion. It's Shuggy, and toward the inside, Deerfield over Shuggy. Cherie DeVoe 1-2. Page 2 was 3rd, and then Cantis, who was joined at the finish by Hoss and Boss, and Olivetti was right there too. $142.64 after the maiden turf. $142.64 Deerfield. Adam Beschizza over Shuggy, leading home with Cherie DeVoe. 1-2 Deerfield. Son of Twirling Candy, first up since the fairgrounds. Beats home Shuggy. Third up to the judges, page 2 over Cantis along with Olivetti was there. We'll stand by for the judges' confirmation. It will be a Cherie DeVoe 1-2 finish as Deerfield has beaten home Shuggy at 142.64. We're standing by for the confirmation of the order of finish after the maiden. There will be a jockey's claim of foul. Axel Concepcion on 5, Shuggy, riding that colt for Cherie DeVoe, has claimed foul against Adam Beschizza. On the unofficial, Cherie DeVoe winner, the 6, Deerfield, alleging interference in the stretch run. The rider of the 5 has claimed foul against Adam Beschizza on 6, Deerfield, alleging interference. 6-5, the 3, page 2 was third. 9, Cantis 4th, and 8, Olivetti was 5th. Unofficial, 6-5, 3-9, 8, hold all tickets. The rider of Shuggy, Axel Concepcion, claims foul against the Biscuit on Deerfield, alleging interference. With the Horseshoe Indianapolis stewards still mulling over their decision with regard to the objection, here's the 6, Deerfield with Adam Beschizza. Deerfield is a 3-year-old bank colt by Twirling Candy. Cherie DeVoe trains at Roy Jackson's Lyell Stables. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Team Block. While unofficial, Deerfield has beaten home Shuggy, page 2, Cantis 4th, and Olivetti, the unofficial 5th. Hold all tickets until official. The Cancer Association of Shelby County joining us here for Shelby County Day. Executive Director Lucinda Franklin, along with several members of the support staff and board, will make a presentation for the Cancer Association of Shelby County. Check presentation to be made by Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom, as we welcome the Cancer Association of Shelby County here to the races. The check presentation for $18,500. The Cancer Association of Shelby County. Hello and welcome to Shelby County Day. No changes will be made to the running order. The stewards had the review. The jockey's claim of foul has been disallowed. No infraction to warrant any disqualification of Deerfield, who leads home a Cherie DeVoe 1-2 in the Cancer Association of Shelby County. Official. Paying 6.5 exacta for Cherie DeVoe both. $50.20. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Deerfield. $11.25. Cantice was fourth. 10-cent superfecta 6539 netted $282.56. 50-cent trifecta $188.10. $5 last call 6-6 double. 50-cent late fire 5, paid $92.80. The Cancer Association of Shelby County has been assisting residents since the late 1950s. They provide limited services to those facing difficult health battles through financial, personal, and spiritual help. They also operate a thrift store in downtown Shelbyville, which serves as a viable revenue option for the organization. Their mission is to rally the community together to help all cancer patients any way they can. We welcome the Cancer Association of Shelby County. They made the check presentation to the Cancer Association of Shelby County for them after the running of race 8. And one to close out the card. It's a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Scratch 10, Cat's Bad Habit, 12, Keep On Rollin', 13, Mozumo, and 14, Flash and Firefly. 11, Beach Train draws in. Beach Train will break from post position number 10 in the maiden. Reported overweights, the 1 Kissin' Carter plus 4. The 2 is a pound over. Mark the 4 is 7 pounds over. 5 GV Kingstone plus 6. The 6 is 7 over. The 7, 2 pounds over. The 8 is 2 pounds over. And while drawing in, breaking from post 10, number 11 Beach Train plus a pound. Scratch 10, 12, 13, and 14 Fast Track. Last of the day, exacta trifecta superfecta and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. Post time will now be at 6:28. Here's a Cancer Association of Shelby County race replay. On the outside, Cantice in the Godolphin blue. And they have 6 furlongs to go out to the stretch. First run since the fairgrounds for Deerfield, who's running in 5th. Hoss and Boss stays with the rail. Last Moment also toward the inside and behind horses. Shuggy's with Last Moment, and the Judmont newcomer. Redactors drop back to last, 23.28 for the lead part, and It's Incredible Power, who generates the pace at 28-1 for the run toward the half-mile pole. Incredible Power, 3/4 length to Olivetti, staying right there with the leader for Jaime Torres. And on the outside is Cantis, who's drawing in from 3rd. Page 2 stays rooted toward the inside parts of the course for Mario Gutierrez, as Deerfield's coming up in company with Hoss and Boss. And then comes Last Moment, who remains second to last. And finally, Redactor, half-mile 48.45. They're on the far side of the Caesars course. Incredible Power, looking to make every yard for Mitchell Morrow. Olivetti's been close. 3/4, 1 minute, 12.98 seconds. Cantis and Deerfield is sweeping into action on the far outside, and Page 2 comes charging up toward the rail. It's Incredible Power staring at one more furlong. Page 2. On the outside is Deerfield. Hoss and Boss in tight quarters. Olivetti's under pressure, and Shuggy sailing home for Axel Concepcion. It's Shuggy, and toward the inside, Deerfield. Deerfield over Shuggy. Cherie DeVoe 1-2. Page 2 was
Well, we are at the finale of our Wednesday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and of course, it's a quarter horse race. Today, we've got a purse of $18,000. These are registered Indiana-bred 2-year-old quarter horses. A few changes in the lineup, but a nice full field going 300 yards. So first of all, we do scratch the 10 in the main draw, as well as the 12, 13, and 14. These are also eligibles, but that does mean that number 11, Beach Train, will draw in, but he will break from post position 10. Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look at a few of them that I like, and I'm going to begin with number 5, and that's GV Kingstone. Exits a trial for the Jaguar Rocket Futurity. That took place on June 25th. And you know these futurity trials are so tough. But what happens when you draw in with a horse that ends up being the fastest qualifier for the final that we're going to see this Saturday for our all quarter horse race? Well, that's what happened to GV Kingstone. He had the misfortune of, and he traveled 18.291 seconds, but that wasn't as fast as the fastest qualifier, Wild Over Corona, who set the top time of 17.766 seconds. So what are you going to do? You know, you come into a monster effort from a horse that's already in the final and will be the favorite Saturday. All you can do is go back to the drawing board and try and come up with a different game plan and probably a much different result when you're not facing a horse of that magnitude. So that's my top choice. Of course, this will be the third lifetime start for this gelding by Brimstone. Jessie will give a leg up to her husband, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. I like his chances. When you face the tough ones, you got to come back and be tough as well. Let's see what happens. All right, how about number 1, and that's Kissin' Carter, trained by Tony Cunningham, made his debut in an $18,000 maiden here on June 22nd. Now, this is a filly by Carter's Cartel, bred by Mark and Teresa Myers, who does so much for the Quarter Horse Association of Indiana. I love that lady. She's absolutely a saint. She and her husband breed horses. So, you know, Kissin' Carter has a good chance. Broke well on last race. Finished 3rd under Danny Martinez, but who has the return call. I think it's a pretty good debut when you've at least hit the board and had a good break. That's so important in quarter horse racing. So I think Kissin' Carter should be right in the mix today in this final quarter horse race. All right, how about number 7, GV Medio Million? Is one of 2 entrants trained by Claudio Barazza. Now, Claudio's doing very well this meet. His runners are finishing 50% in the money. That's a good clip. You got to respect that. This is a gelding by Ivory James, who ran 5th in the same trial as my top choice, and you know what kind of company they kept. And obviously, you don't want to see your horse run 5th, but the fact is you run against a tough field and you're ready to come back and give a better effort. And I mean, I think that's what Claudio's all about. He figures out what it is that the horse didn't like in the last race and will go on to bigger and better things. So I like his chances. Claudio is also going to train number 11, Beach Train, and that's the horse that I said comes in, draws in from the also eligible. I didn't think he was as sharp last time as GV Medio Million, but I have been wrong in the past. So you might consider him if you're looking for one more. All right, we'll round up my top 4 with number 9, Beach Wagon. I know we have a lot of beaches, but that's because Escondido Beach is such an amazing, amazing horse, amazing stallion. So Beach Wagon is one of those first-time starters trained by leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston. Tim, it's always a tricky call deciding between the 2 Eggleston trainees, and my percentage is not so great in that matchup. But for me, they have different sires, and I always respect breeder Sherry Miller, who stood Escondido Beach, probably, well, definitely the all-time leading Indiana quarter horse stallion on her farm here in Indiana. And also this horse went for $20,000 at the Heritage Place September yearling sale. So obviously Sherry knows that the horse is well bred and got a nice price tag. This is a filly. So we're going to go 5179 in our
Great job, Gary Lozier, today as Gino brings them onto the track for the 9th to cap off the card. Quarter horse maiden juvenile here over the 300 yards. Scratch the 10, Cat's Bad Habit, 12, Keep On Rollin', 13, Mozumo S, and 14, Flash and Firefly. 11, Beach Train draws in from post 10. Overweights, the 1, Kissin' Carter plus 4, 2, DNA Political Zoomer plus a pound, the 4, HH Just Being Crazy 7 over, 5, GV Kingstone plus 6, 6, Taco Girl totes 7 extra pounds, 7, GV Medio Million plus 2, the 8, HH Blue Moon over Kentucky plus 2 pounds, and 11, Beach Train from post position number 10, 1 pound over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta featured. Fast Track and No Wind with the flag at half-mast. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Kissin' Carter, Danny Martinez rides her for Tony Cunningham. Eva Money on Kissin' Carter. Duckle Girl joins Kissin' Carter. DNA Political Zoomer to post 2. GV Medio Million. AP Lovely Corona Loading here for the maiden juvenile. Fast track, no wind. AP Lovely Corona loaded. HH Blue Moon over Kentucky. HH Just Being Crazy. Beach Wagon with Eduardo Luna Diaz. Well, the quarter four jockeys, all quarter horse card here on Saturday from 10:45 a.m. Two back. Giovanni Vasquez Gomez with GV Kingstone here over the 300 yards. Up comes GV Kingstone. 4-5 Kissin' Carter. She's the final favorite. 4-1 GV Kingstone. There's 7-1 GV Medio Million. 9-1 Beach Wagon, and bigger odds the rest. GV Kingstone. Others standing well. Right now, one more. Fernando Morin Beach Train. Drew in. Last of the day. All in. Off the Wednesday finale. And Kissin' Carter tears away from the rail draw for Danny Martinez, 220 yards out. Here comes a challenge by AP Lovely Corona. Right there, GV Kingstone. GV Kingstone is surging. GV Kingstone out to the maiden ranks. Second is close. AP Lovely Corona was joined at the finish by GV Medio Million. And next, HH Blue Moon over Kentucky. Looking here at 5, GV Kingstone. To go out to the maiden ranks with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez for Jesse Vasquez, son of Brimstone. Third time will be the charm for GV Kingstone first. Number 3, AP Lovely Corona was just second over the 7. GV Medio Million third. Number 8, HH Blue Moon over Kentucky fourth, and the 2, DNA Political Zoomer was fifth. 16.047 seconds, fast track, and there was no wind with the flag at half-mast. Unofficial 5-3, 7-8, and the 2. Wayne Soto official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, GV Kingstone with Giovanni Vasquez Gomez. GV Kingstone is a 2-year-old chestnut gelding by Brimstone. The GV Perlita by Country Quick Dash. Jesse Vasquez owns and trains. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of GV Kingstone. Out to the maiden juvenile ranks. 16.047. 5-3 exacta returned $100 even. 50-cent trifecta, 537, $98.05. 6-5 late double, 86.40. 10-cent pentafecta. The quarter horse Pentafecta, $5,400, $12.71. Final pick 3 of the day, $31.35. H.H. Blue Moon over Kentucky was fourth. 10-cent Superfecta, 5378, paid $423.77. DNA Political Zoomer was fifth. 16.047 fast. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here on track for Shelby County Day, and cheers to all who tuned in. Live racing resumes on Thursday, and Thursday post time will be at 2:10 p.m. here in town. Until next time, for all of us at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure on this Shelby County Day 2026 from the broadcast booth. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off the Wednesday finale, and Kissin Carter tears away from the rail draw for Danny Martinez, 220 yards out. Here comes a challenge by AP Lovely Corona. Right there, GV Kingstone. GV Kingstone is surging. GV Kingstone out to the maiden ranks. Second is close. AP Lovely Corona was